Good afternoon. During the declared emergency in the City of Toronto, Committee of Adjustment virtual public hearings are being conducted by electronic means through WebEx, an online digital platform, and streamed on the Toronto City Planning YouTube channel. These measures are necessary to comply with physical distancing requirements and a provincial order that limits attendance at public gatherings. My name is Bruce Mullock. Panel members this afternoon are Sahir Bayat, Yim Chan, Peter Reid, and Nimrod Salomon. This will be a virtual public hearing. Participants who have registered in advance will be able to make their presentations to the committee using WebEx, an online digital event platform that is being moderated by city staff. Anyone wishing to view the hearing may do so by watching on YouTube. Participants who have registered in advance will be connecting either by computer, phone, or tablet app. All participants will automatically be muted upon entry. When his or her item is called, each participant will be unmuted by the moderator, one person at a time. Only the committee members will be participating by video. Registered participants will be participating by audio only. We ask that you also mute your devices until you are called on to speak. We acknowledge that the land we are meeting on is the traditional territory of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse First Nations, Inuit, and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. In accordance with Sections 45 and 53 of the Planning Act, 1990 as amended, this meeting of the Committee of Adjustment of the City of Toronto is called to order. The Committee of Adjustment considers applications for variances from the provisions of the zoning bylaw that apply to property, permission to extend or to alter lawful non-conforming uses, and consents to sever property in order to create new lots. Anyone in attendance today who wants to receive a copy of the decision of the committee on a particular application must submit a written request for a decision by email. Please ensure that you include your name, address, and your email address, because Committee of Adjustment and TLAB will be sending notifications and updates by email only. You may not agree with the decision of the committee. Decisions may be appealed to the Toronto Local Appeal Body, TLAB, or in some limited circumstances, to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Appeal instructions are set out at the bottom of the decision of the committee. Procedure. I will call each item in the order that it is listed on the agenda. Where an application is uncontested, the agent or the applicant will proceed with their presentation if requested by the committee. The committee may ask questions and/or take the matter into committee for a decision. Each speaker, including the applicant, will be given a maximum of 5 minutes to address the committee. I will comment when you are approaching the 5-minute mark. When addressing the committee, please clearly state your name and address and please remember to confine your remarks to the matters outlined in the application. The applicant or agent will proceed first and may be asked to make a presentation to the committee on the application. Please note that the committee may not entertain revisions to proposals at the hearing today. The committee may decide to defer the application if substantially revised to ensure that the revised application is accurate and that all those entitled to notice are informed of the changes. Then, individuals either in support of or opposed to the application will be invited to speak. Committee members may ask questions of each speaker after his or her presentation. When all speakers are finished, the applicant or agent will have an opportunity to rebut, but only those issues that were raised by the speakers. And that will mark the end of discussion on that application. It'll then be taken into committee for a decision. Are there any declarations of interest by staff or panel? Hearing none. Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, have you received any requests for deferral?
Through you, Mr. Chair, there is one request, item number 30, 525 Richmond Street West.
Thank you. So there's a request for deferral on number 30, 525 Richmond West. And are there any files to be closed?
None for this afternoon.
Thank you. Okay, then. Moderator, do we have the applicant for number 30? We do. In that case, let's deal with the deferral request first, and then we'll launch into this afternoon's agenda, beginning with item number 21. So, agent for 30 Richmond, please join us by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Sia Zanjani from 15 Allstate Parkway, and I'm representing the owner of 525 Richmond Street West.
Good afternoon. Okay. Please explain to the panel the nature of your deferral request. Why are you asking for a deferral?
So we were in contact with planning staff, and then staff requested that we defer this application to give them more time to have a chance to review it more carefully, and to have a discussion with the owner and us as the agent to see if any adjustments can be made, and we agreed on that. Therefore, we're requesting a deferral.
Let me see if so the push for a deferral came from the city or from you, the agent?
It came from planning staff. We were under the impression that the minor variances, this is an interior alteration only type of project. We were under the impression that the minor variances are fairly minor and not going to be an issue. We were contacted by planning staff, I believe last week, fairly last minute, requesting that it would be best to defer it, to give them a chance to review it internally, and also I think we were scheduled to set up a meeting next week to discuss this with staff. So it's kind of both ways.
Okay, very good.
And we agreed to cooperate, obviously.
Okay, fine. There are no speakers registered to speak on this application, either in support or in opposition. So, how do you feel about the idea of deferring?
Sorry, me?
I'm asking yes.
Well,
On
yeah,
behalf-
you're fine with that.
Okay. Let's then go to the panel. So there is a request panel on number 30 to defer. That's the background to it. And so I'd look to panel for a motion on this. Mr. Salomon, go ahead.
Yeah, I think a deferral is appropriate for a chance to review what changes are being made to the indoor and outdoor amenity space by city planning staff. So I would move approval of the deferral request.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? There is. Mr. Reed seconds. So moved and seconded to defer for further consultation by the applicant with city staff. Those in favor, show of hands, please. The motion is carried by a unanimous vote, and the application is deferred. So number 30 is deferred. We go back now to our numerical agenda, and we're at number 21, 31 Burtmount Avenue. Pardon me. 21. And on application 21, 31 Burtmount Ave, the panel has before it applicant's materials, 3 photographs of existing trees received in November. There's comment from Urban Forestry in the form of a staff report, and there are 7 form letters in support. Owners occupants at 24, 27, 28, 29, and 33 Burtmount Ave, and 30 and 32 Cody Ave. Okay. We'll now ask the agent to join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Mark Ryan, co-owner of 31 Burtmount Avenue.
Good afternoon to you. Okay. Panel members, do you request a presentation on this? Are there any direct questions to put right to the applicant? I'm not hearing any request for presentation or questions, so in that case, we can take this application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks. I think this is a straightforward application. The variances are minor and the effects of them are minor as well, I think. It's really just a small extension to the existing first floor and then going up. And I think the fact that it is narrower than the front of the house at the back goes to minimize any effects. I move to approve the application subject to Urban Forestry Condition 2.
Thank you very much. That is seconded by Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. Show of hands, please, in favor. Motion is carried, and the application is so approved.
Thank
Panel
you,
moves
Mr.
on
Chair.
to item number 22. Number 22, 219 Windermere Ave. And on 219 Windermere, the materials before the committee are those submitted by the applicant, cover letter from the agent, presentation materials from the agent received 1 March, comment. There's an email from Permit Parking, received 28th of February. And we have both support and opposition in the form of written correspondence. In support from 71 Kennedy Ave, 12 Lavinia Ave, 226 Unit 60 Southport Street, from 28 Rambert Crescent, from 42 Lavinia, from Ron and Devona Hall, no address provided, and from Matt Christie, 16 Waller Ave. In opposition, there's correspondence from the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and Ratepayers Group, dated Feb 22, from Sheena and John Hughes at 75 Morningside Ave, and from Gordano and Rado Tripich from 221 Windermere Ave, which I guess is next door. Okay. So, and we do have several speakers standing by in opposition. So let's have the agent join us now, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon. I'm Bernard Watt, the architect and the agent.
Very good. Mr. Watt, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal to the panel. Please go ahead.
Could I get drawing A1, the existing site plan? That's A1. Okay, this is fine. This is a project about a laneway suite on a corner lot. 219 is the second largest lot out of 21 in the entire block. It has a 65-year-old 50s style 2-story rental residential building, originally built as 3 superimposed units, one of them in the basement. These are currently undergoing kitchen renovations with an October 21 permit. There will be 1 2-bedroom and 2 3-bedrooms, which at 900 square feet average are not large units. Attached to the rear, the 2-car garage enter from Waller Avenue is being removed. A separate permit application was filed for a new laneway suite with entrance off Waller. That application zoning notice determined that only 2 units were permitted on the lot, while acknowledging that there are 3 legally existing units. The proposed laneway suite would increase the number of units to 4, 1 more than permitted. The lot is on the northeast corner of Windermere and Waller, and its flank side faces south and sits above the street by about 3 feet. There is no sidewalk, and the lot overlooks the large building complex that houses the Swansea Community and Recreation Center, its related daycare, and the Swansea Junior and Senior Public Schools. Adjacent to the east is a large Rennie Park with its sports fields, gardens, and pathways. This setting provides for an optimal location for families with children or retired couples. Could we have the latest colored site plan? A2. Keep going. There was one that's dated March 1 that is colored. It was sent yesterday, and it is in the file. That one. The laneway suite's south-facing orientation towards Waller results in a diminished impact onto its northerly neighbor. Its main entrance and front garden area face the street instead of the open space between it and the existing building, which continues to have its main entrance at 219. The property is well serviced by the 77 bus leading to Runnymede subway station. The existing 3-car parking pad off Waller will be retained subject to approval by Transportation Services. A laneway suite exempts the property from parking supply. However, the intent is to retain the 3-car parking pad, which sits partially over the boulevard. Should Transportation Services require its removal, this would not create a new parking variance. There will be no car access from the lane side to the benefit of the neighborhood children who walk to the school along the lane. The garage removal will create a large green space between the existing building and the laneway street. This open space exceeds the required separation between buildings and provides more soft landscaping than required. The laneway street complies with all the specific zoning requirements of maximum length and width, height, number of stories, setback, separation from main building, angular plane, soft landscaping area, parking, and the adjacency to a lane. There are no variances pertaining to the laneway suite. The existing rental building complies with its specific requirements of maximum size, height, and setback, and does not create variances. By definition, a laneway suite is an ancillary building that should abut a lane, and like a garage or shed, is subordinate in purpose or floor area and is exclusively devoted to a permitted use, building, or structure. As such, a laneway suite does not increase the gross floor area of the principal building. The laneway suite bylaw does not speak to an increase or decrease in the number of units in a lot. In fact, in this case, the restriction in the number of units carried forward from the old Etobicoke bylaw was in place before the laneway suite bylaw, which chose to remain mute on the matter. The bylaw also prohibits laneway suites in certain areas of the city, but 219 Windermere is not within such an area. Planning did not request clarification or changes and remained silent during the processing of this application. The addition of one unit is a sensible request that increases the much needed rental stock at a very well-serviced corner site location in the very heart of an established neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel, we have, I think, 3 speakers registered to speak on this application, so why not hold your questions and let's hear from the 3 speakers, and then we can kind of have a fuller picture. So, moderator, we're ready with the first speaker.
Yep, so Linda Liam, I have unmuted you.
Join us.
Hi. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry. Join us, please. Just state your name.
Sure. It's Linda Lim from 225 Windermere Avenue.
Good afternoon to you, Linda. You have 5 minutes now to address your concerns to the panel. Go ahead.
Sure, thank you. I just was curious, are we saving the questions to the end, or am I able to ask questions during this 5 minutes?
The questions you ask will be they're for the applicant. The panel won't try to answer your questions. The questions are for the applicant.
Would I be able to ask Bernard any questions during my time?
No, you won't be able to. You can ask him to come back and to respond to your items afterwards, but you can't put direct questions to him, no.
Okay. So I'll highlight a couple of things just to share. Our housing unit is within the laneway, just off of Waller. And I think just some of the concerns that we have, in addition to some of my other neighbors as well, is some of the plans that were drafted indicate that there's 3 parking spaces. And so as Bernard has indicated that, that there are no variances, some of our concerns deal directly with, for example, the pickup and drop off hours regarding Swansea Public Schools. So, it's a pretty busy intersection on Waller, and one of the concerns is when you're adding those 3 additional parking spaces, how is that going to impact the traffic that happens from Monday to Friday during morning and afternoon pickup, which is a really busy time. So our concern is that 2-way traffic is generally impossible during these times, and just by adding those 3 parking spaces will further exacerbate that issue. And so that's just one of the things that I'd like to highlight to this committee. Additionally, so understanding that the unit has it has 3 right now it has 3 housing options within this unit, and just looking at the overall neighborhood and the landscape of the neighborhood, adding this laneway suite will actually add it's just not, just some of the thoughts that I have is it's just not congruent with the rest of the neighborhood infrastructure. So thinking through, the density of the neighborhood, and just what that would add is you're adding additional individual families. Bernard made the comment about, that this might be a unit that might accommodate certain families, given its proximity to the school. Just looking at For example, Swansea Public School, which is directly south of 219 Windermere, they very recently completed a 20,000 square foot expansion in 2016, adding 15 additional classrooms already to address the overcrowding and the student population in our area. So we're seeing enrollment is already at 95% cap capacity. So thinking if we're adding in additional units, what is that going to happen to the number of students with some of these new construction developments? So that's another piece that I'd like to highlight as well. So just in terms of the infrastructure, I would say that, you know, by adding this unit, just a big part of it is, you know, perhaps Bernard can make a comment in terms of if there's any other laneway suites within the area, and, you know, like to know if that would also be in line with some of the construction that's going to be built on this property for 219 Windermere.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Panel members, any questions for the speaker? Hearing none, let's go on to the next speaker, please.
The next speaker I have is Sabrina McCluskey.
Hi, yes. Hi, it's Sabrina McCluskey, and I'm speaking on behalf of the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association and the Ratepayers Group.
Okay, Sabrina, you have 5 minutes to address your concerns. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so Sarah does support development to create more housing, including laneway suites. However, in this case, the development is not minor and not appropriate for the location of the lot. Specifically, our objections are about the size of the proposed laneway suite, the number of units on the lot, the interpretation of this development as a laneway suite, the number of parking spots, the location of the parking, and in addition, the tree report was outstanding when I last checked. So 219 Windermere, as we can see from this diagram, is a corner lot facing Windermere Avenue on the west, Waller on the south, and the public laneway on the west side of the property. Because this is a corner lot, the proposed laneway suite will actually be on Waller Avenue. In effect, the laneway suite would be like its own home on the corner of Waller and the public laneway, and therefore is more like a property severance than a laneway suite. The proposed laneway suite is not a typical laneway suite at the back of a property with access to view the laneway. It's like a new home on Waller Avenue. If this development were classified as a property severance, the development request would have different variances, and this should be considered and also addressed, you know, in case there are future severance requests for 219 Windermere. The size of the laneway suite is large. It's a 3-bedroom, 4-bathroom, 2-story home with a finished basement, which is as big as some of the primary residences in the area. The existing home on the property, you know, as we heard, was recently redeveloped to 3 rental units with a total of 8 bedrooms. Only 2 of those 3 units are legal. So with the addition of the proposed laneway suite, this property will be 4 units, which is a precedent for the area, and we don't support this for the lot or other future development, which would reference this precedent to support other 4-unit properties in the area. With the addition of the proposed laneway suite, this property will have a total of 11 bedrooms. And, you know, we understand that the laneway suites do not require parking under the guidelines, but 3 parking spots is not adequate for an 11-bedroom property. Unlike most of the properties that back into this laneway, this public laneway, 219 Windermere doesn't have parking or a garage on the laneway at the back of the property. The parking for 219 Windermere is boulevard parking directly on Waller Avenue, again, as we can see from the diagram. There are 3 boulevard parking spots shown on the plan. Only one of these 3 spots is currently legal. The proposed boulevard parking on Waller Avenue is across the street from the Swansea Public School pickup and drop-off zone, and during those pickup and drop-off times, cars do line up end-to-end on Waller Avenue in front of the south side of 219 Windermere. Waller Avenue is 2 lanes, so cars will pop into the incoming lane on Waller to proceed down Waller once they pick up and drop off. So 219 residents, the residents at 219 Windermere, may be backing into this pickup and drop off zone congestion. The parking for 219 Windermere would be safer at the back of the property on the laneway instead of at the side on Waller. But if the property had parking on the laneway, like the neighboring properties, the proposed laneway suite would not be possible because there wouldn't be adequate space between the primary residence and the laneway suite, which again supports the argument that this proposed laneway suite build is too large for the property. Finally, the tree report is outstanding. I'm sure you hear this all the time, but maintaining the tree canopy is a key concern for Sarah and for all of the residents associations across Toronto. The tree canopy is critical for air quality, heat control, and quality of life in the neighborhood. So in summary, Sarah's objections to the proposed laneway suite on 219 Windermere are: one, the size of the laneway suite, which is as big or bigger than other primary residences in the area. Two, the proposed suite would result in 4 units on the lot, creating a precedent which we can't support for the lot size or the area. Three, there are 3 parking spots which are not adequate for the proposed 4 rental units with a total of 11 bedrooms. 4, the classification of this development as a laneway suite versus a property severance is questionable, given the laneway suite will be accessible directly from Waller Avenue and parking on the laneway has been forfeited. 5, the location of the boulevard parking, which is across from the pickup and drop-off zone for Swansea Public School, will add to the congestion on Waller Avenue and may be a traffic risk. And 6, we need to ensure the tree canopy is maintained, and this can only be verified with the submission of the tree site plan. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions, panel? No? Okay. Let's go on. Moderator to next speaker, please.
I have Gordana Trippic. You've been unmuted.
Yes, thank you. So my name is Gordana Trippic, and I live we are actually owning this property at 221 Windermere Avenue. I'm here to ask you to reject this application based on the current zoning requirements. But before I elaborate, I also want you to disregard all the letters arriving after the deadline of Wednesday, February 23rd, 4:30, as per public notice from January 28th. 2 reasons for this, because first of all, they are late and they're actually not adequately addressing the variances in question. They are pretty much in support of the laneway housing, which we are not here to talk about. We are here to talk about the specific variances, which is the 4th unit on the property. And I just want to remind you all that this is not 1 extra unit, it's actually 2 extra units from the zoning requirements. The zoning is currently set to 2. The house already, the principal house already has 3, which is apparently grandfathered. Now the laneway would be the 4th one, which really doesn't sit well with us, like having this property as our adjacent. If it was just talk about laneway housing, we could talk about the trees. We could talk about the requirements based on the current bylaw. But we are here, but if it was just that, we wouldn't even have committee of adjustment, because I understand that the laneway housing are currently having right of way. We are here to talk about the unreasonable, I'm repeating, unreasonable densification or attempt of it, because that simply kind of abuses the whole idea behind laneway housing. The laneway housing, my understanding was kind of like proposed and established to provide for, multi-generational families to live side by side, for the owners of the principal house to have extra income, of stuff like that. This is not the case. This is the case of changing the use of the property from being residential to being like multi-unit rental, and I don't think that this should be allowed. Again, like a maximum allowed 2, already 3, and now this would be the 4th. So like for us on our side, like before it was 3 people on one side of the fence and 3 people on the other side of the fence. And we lived there for almost 30 years side by side. Now there is a prospect of having like up to 16 people, like 4 families. Like, yes, Swansea School is very attractive. Yes, I can easily imagine that, people will be interested to live there. We are talking about possible 4 families with 1 to 2 kids. 16 people versus 3 people is more than gentle densification, is unreasonable increase in density. And I don't think that this should be allowed. So again, like if it was just the laneway house, we wouldn't be sitting here. This is unreasonable attempt to increase the density. And again, I think that should not be allowed. I also want to Committee of Adjustment to tie the variances to the plan. I also am not sure if this was the only variance that was found. I mean, not variance, like disagreement with the current bylaws and the laws. I'm just wondering, like, if that plan was assessed for all the other things that a laneway housing proposal should be assessed to. I don't know. I'm not an expert on that. In any case, I would like to Committee of Adjustment to tie the plan to variances.
Thank you. Panel members, questions, if you like? Hearing none, okay. Moderator, is there another speaker joining us?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have registered speaker Kimberly Wakefield. Kimberly Wakefield was registered to speak, but we're unable to reach her.
You're not able to connect with her?
No.
And you've made a couple of attempts? Yes, okay. So that would bring us then to the end of the list of registered speakers who are with us. So let's go back now to the applicant. And the applicant will now have 5 minutes to respond to some of the concerns raised by these three speakers. And I ask the applicant to address those issues specifically. So back now to Bernard Watt, please.
Okay, I will start with the latest speaker, Gordana. Just to note that the property is currently a multi-unit rental property and has been so for 65 years, much before when you moved in. It is 3 units. The 3 units are legal. They were built at the same time. I've been to all the units. I can tell you quite clearly that they were all built at the very same time when the building was originally built. At the time they got a permit, they were built, and they're all legal. It is unlikely that the tenants would be 4 families. It's too early to know who will live there. It could be 1 family in the laneway suite, 2 couples in the main and second floor apartments, and a single person in the basement, for a likely total of 8 to 9 people. And I'm told that the ground floor unit is already rented to an elderly couple. The parking spaces are on Waller Avenue, because in relationship to something you wrote in your letter about the smoke and the gases of the cars. The cars, the way you see in the site plan, are 50 feet away from your property and would not pose any problems to your health. However, the school idling cars and buses do create a bit of an issue. You, in your letter, stated that you had concerns about lack of green space. The space between the laneway suite and the existing building is larger than what it should be under the laneway suite bylaw, and the soft landscaping is also larger than the minimum required. The removal of the existing garage and the unsightly second floor rear porch will bring more sun and light into your rear garden. The laneway suite will be built further back and in line with your garage and covered parking area. In regards to the existing trees, and I will answer this to all the people that spoke at the same time, regarding the numerous existing trees, none of the 6 trees in the property of 221, the existing 6 trees, will be affected by the construction. The 4 existing pines on the front yard of 219 will be retained and protected. The 8 existing trees on the Waller Public Boulevard will be retained and protected. One of the 2 deciduous trees on the lane side will be removed subject to approval by Urban Forestry. Urban Forestry has not sent any conditions to this application, and we have not initiated the process of getting approval with them. The laneway suite complies with the maximum size and location requirements, and it faces Waller Avenue, which is to your benefit. It is further away from you. The current building will be updated and renovated. The overgrown gardens and trees will be trimmed and cared for, and after all is done, you will enjoy a sense of renewal and currency much needed in this unique corner. I will now talk to the issues put forward by the Swansea Area Ratepayers Association. Their concerns are about parking, severance, and trees. Adding a laneway suite means that parking spaces are no longer required. Retaining the existing parking pad with cars parked partly on the city boulevard requires Transportation Services approval, which hasn't been done yet. There is no sidewalk or pedestrian traffic on the north side of Waller Avenue from Windermere to Rini Terrace. Walkways and driveways come directly down to the curb, and cars park in driveways on the boulevard for a total of 8 houses in these 2 blocks. A boulevard retaining wall provides a transition to the higher elevation of the property from the street and prevents additional parking. Approval from Transportation Services is expected, given that this is an existing condition. These 3 cars that are being proposed have been there for the last 65 years. Is expected, given that this is an existing condition and there are no lot frontages or sidewalk in the entire block between Windermere and Lavinia. Waller Avenue is strictly patrolled for cars parked during restricting hours due to the school drop-off and pickup. Any person wishing to live here will quickly become aware of these constraints and act accordingly, as tenants have done so for the last 65 years. Basement apartments generally do not rent with a parking space and would not in this case. Last Monday, a request for street parking, permit parking was sent to Permit Park Toronto. Within the hour, we received an email response stating that 219 Windermere Avenue is eligible for a parking permit and spaces are available. This email is in the file. The association is also concerned that this application is a preamble for a future severance of the laneway suite into its own property. A severance would not be supported by planning and would create numerous variances for the existing building in FSI, rear yard setbacks, and parking. A severance would remove the proposed laneway suite from such classification, losing all the permissions it currently allows. The resulting building would have variances of FSI, lot size, and lot width, front and rear yard, setbacks, and parking. In fact, after the project is completed, the current new owners intend to keep it for many years as an income-producing property. There was another letter from Sheena and John Hughes, who haven't spoken, but some of the issues that they raised were raised by 225 Windermere. We spoke first. Had to do with the school, the capacity of the school. We reviewed the Swansea Public School website, which tells us that in 2016, it increased its capacity by 350 spots to bring it to a maximum of over 1,000 students. The school's current enrollment is 950.
I'll have to ask you to make your final, you have to make your final comment now.
Yes. 2 new students from across the street will not alter the normal operation of the school. I asked the members of the committee, is it not providing accommodation within established neighborhoods a current and pressing concern of the City of Toronto? And is this not an ideal location for this to happen?
Your time is up.
Thank you. Thank you.
Panel members, questions for the applicant? Go ahead. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually had 2 questions, but the one has already, I think, partially been answered, that the 3rd unit in the existing structure has been grandfathered. If that's not correct, please correct me. The other question that I have is that you're only asking for 1 variance at this point in time. Is there some reason why you didn't include the variance regarding the 3 parking spots on the boulevard?
Yes, regarding the third unit, if you were to look at the zoning certificate issued by the building department, you would see that the building department acknowledged that there are 3 legal existing units in the current building. In regards to the 3 parking spots, the zoning certificate also mentions that the approval, say if we were to go for a building permit, that process would require approval from transportation services for the parking of those 3 cars over the boulevard. However, they have been parking there for 65 years because there was the access to the existing garage that has now been demolished. So the access of cars on the side of this property is nothing new. It's been there, the asphalt, it's there. You can go and see it. You can see it in the survey that forms part of this application. It's very clearly stated. If you compare that to our drawings, you'll see that the dimensions of that parking pad are exactly, you can see it here in that photograph. They are exactly what's there today. We're not proposing to touch the retaining wall on the east side or the retaining wall on the west side or the location of the trees. Everything stays exactly as it is.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Mr. Salomon, go ahead, please. Mr. Salomon, your mic.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. When was the 2-car garage demolished?
In January, as a result of a building permit that we applied for in October to do interior renovations to the 3 units and to remove the garage. That permit was issued, the work has been done.
Okay, and what makes this laneway suite a laneway suite versus looking at it as a second residential building standing in its own right, in a sense having then 2 residential buildings on this lot versus a residential building and a laneway suite?
Okay, the City of Toronto bylaw prohibits the construction of a house behind a house. This has been so from day one, until the creation of the laneway suite bylaw, which is fairly recent, 2 or 3 years ago. The laneway suite is not considered a house by definition. It is considered an ancillary building, just like a garage or a shed or a swimming pool are considered ancillary buildings. This is why the area of a laneway suite is not counting towards the FSI of the property.
No, that's not the question. No, that's not the question. If I understood the question.
My question really is then, is this really an ancillary building? Isn't this really a primary building that can stand on its own? That existing 3-unit building could disappear. This proposed residential building could stand on its own and irrespective of the current building on the site.
Yes, what you're saying is true. However, that is implicit in the laneway suite bylaw. A laneway suite bylaw does, even though they're dependent, the right to construct a laneway suite is only given by the fact that there is a building there already. And that building that is there already has a configuration and space in the back of it that allows for a laneway suite to be built. This laneway suite has a maximum size, maximum height, relationship of distance between the main building and it, et cetera, et cetera. All those regulations allow or not allow. If you don't have the conditions in a site for a laneway suite, it cannot be built. In this case, it can.
Okay, my question for you. Excuse me. My question for you along the same lines.
Yep.
You know, the panel has dealt with a number of laneway suites. One of the other things about yours that is unusual and that's making me take notice of it is that it includes a basement. So including a basement, that is unusual for the laneway suite applications I've come across. I'm not sure I've done another one that had a basement. And so my concern was the same as my colleagues. I immediately saw here a future request to sever. So I just want to ask you directly, has there been no discussion at all of a future severance?
No, none whatsoever that I know of. I don't think the owners have ever thought about that. I myself never thought about it. We never discussed that. It's not in the cards. That's not the reason why this laneway suite is the way it is. In fact, during the initial visit, the parents of one of the two young owners were there, and they at one point said jokingly, maybe we should sell our house and come and live here. So that sort of point to the great assets of this location for their older couple or for a young family with kids. It's today a rental property. Tomorrow with the laneway suite, it will continue to be a rental property. There's no issue here of severance or tricks or any of that.
All right, then.
Not
Thank
that
you.
I know of.
Thank you. Panel members, any other questions? Go ahead. Okay, hearing none, I think it's time to take this application into committee for a motion. And unless there are some comments anyone wishes to make about the application prior to a motion.
I'd like to
Well-
make a couple comments. Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Chan.
Okay, the first comment is that I don't think it's unusual the laneway suite has a basement. I think we have seen quite a few applications have a parcel or a basement. But it's besides, that's not the issue here. What I see the issue here is just one variance in front of us. And I trust the building department, the zoning examiner has reviewed this application and classified it is a laneway suite application. And given that, I think the design actually have tried very hard to actually comply with all the bylaw. And in that way, I'm in support of the application.
Thank you. Mr. Salomon, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have concerns with the application. There is only one variance, but I see this as an overdevelopment of the property and in a sense, creating a second standalone residential building on the lot. It has the only relationship it seems to have with the laneway is that it is adjacent to a laneway. There is no garage that is adjacent, that is using the laneway. I think what's actually being done here is creating two separate residential buildings on the same property. And I don't think, I think that's an overdevelopment of the property.
Thank you very much. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks. I want to start by acknowledging the applicant and thanking him for explicitly answering the specific concerns of the neighbors. I think he went through very systematically, and I think that was insightful. I think I agree. I think this is a very appropriate development. I agree with Yim. I think that laneway suites are all different based on their existing conditions and context. And yes, this one does face a street, and I think that actually makes for a really interesting one and a positive one as well. Whether it has a garage or a basement, I agree with Yim. It's not the question right now. I think this is a really good proposal and actually is doing what the city sought out to do with the laneway suites bylaw. So I'll go forward and put a motion for approval of the application with no conditions.
Well, let's just see if there's any other, are there anyone else who wishes to comment on
Sorry.
this? No. All right then, Mr. Reed, go ahead with your motion.
I move approval with no conditions.
Second.
And that is seconded. So it is moved and seconded to approve no conditions. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Those opposed, show of hands. So the motion is defeated by a vote of 3-2.
No. No, we won. We have 3 against 2.
I'm sorry. Let's, Mr. Bide, I think you're the question. Were you for or against this?
For, Mr. Chair.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon. I have misspoken. Then the vote was 3 in favor, 2 dissenting. Let the record show that Mr. Solomon and Mr. Mullick both dissented. The motion is carried and the application is so approved. My apology on that confusion with respect to the vote. The application is approved and the panel moves on to number 23. .329 Robina Avenue. The committee has before it the following materials, those submitted by the applicant for the application. And those are the only materials we have before us. So, moderator, on this application, do we have the agent with us?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Marco Vieira. I'm the agent and the designer for this application.
Good afternoon to you. Let me just check with the moderator here. We do have one person standing by.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I may have just connected with them. I'm going to unmute the speaker to see if they're there.
Do you have the registered speaker standing by?
So I just connected with them. I'm going to unmute the speaker to see if they're there.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Hi, Tracy. You've been unmuted. Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, good. Okay, then. We'll come back to Tracy, and after the agent has had a chance to present the application. So, agent, you have 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the application before you is to remove the existing detached dwelling. We propose a new 2-story detached dwelling with a front porch, a rear deck, and a front walkout. We're asking for a total of 4 minor variances. The first variance is for proposed 20% landscape area in the rear, partially because we are maintaining the existing concrete block garage and the existing driveway to that garage. There are no other changes proposed in the rear yard. The second variance for a proposed side yard setback of 0.61 on the south side. That respects an existing right-of-way between our property and the adjacent property to the south. No further encroachment onto that right-of-way. The house does have existing 2 chimney projections on that south side, and the new proposed dwelling is at that same setback. And so no further encroachment into the side yard is being proposed. The proposed platform is variance. It's related to the setbacks from the front. The proposed dwelling, along with the front porch, actually set back further than the existing house that is on the site. Does encroach into the allowed setback because it is controlled by the property based on the front yard setback. Our porch is smaller in depth, is being further moved in towards the lot, approximately 0.61 back from the existing porch. The proposed walkout is within that porch design and not immediately visible from the street. And variance number 4 has to do with the eaves, or the maximum projection being proposed is 0 on the south side. Proposed setback is 0.61. The proposed overhang for the dwelling is 0.3, and the eaves trough allowing 0.15 or 6 inches will ensure that the both overhang and eaves are entirely within our property without any encroachment. I believe this house fits well into neighborhood character. It's got a bit of a mix of different styles, a combination of 1-story, 2-story, and 3 stories. I believe that our application is indeed minor and it meets the 4th. That's the committee to do the approval for this application.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the speaker standing by.
Hi, Tracy, you've been unmuted.
Hi, I have nothing to add to this. I have no issues at all with these requests.
Okay then. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right then, coming back to the agent then. Agent, nothing to rebut. So we can go to the panel and see if they have questions for you. Panel members, questions of the applicant. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to the agent, I notice, one of your variances, of course, has to deal with soft landscaping. On the survey, I noticed both at the rear of the house and, of course, at the front of the house, you have proposed concrete walkways. At the rear of the house, there's proposed interlocking, and the concrete walkways in the front. I would really like to see, and I don't know what your thoughts are on this, that all of those that I just mentioned consist of permeable materials, so that it increases the opportunity for drainage, especially since the soft landscaping is considerably small relative to perhaps what it is now.
Through you, Mr. Chair. With regards to the rear yard or the proposed sodded area, I don't see having an issue with proposing permeable pavers in that rear yard. We do acknowledge also that we have large side yard as part of the corner property, that there's some, existing sod areas to allow to absorb that water. So wanted to put a condition that the proposed pavers in the rear yard are to be of a permeable type. I would have no issues with that.
Go ahead.
Sorry, just about, and what about the front? Your concrete walkway.
The concrete walkway, it's just basically leading from the stairs. Part of the existing porch and existing walkway is being removed. So the proposal is actually better than the existing condition because our footprint of the porch is smaller. So I would probably suggest to keep it. I mean, it's a small walkway, and we're not asking for a soft landscaping variant in the front. Yes, I would discuss that with the clients.
Could that walkway also not be produced out of permeable concrete, which exists?
It could. That's the case. Then that would be. I don't see how the client would have an issue with that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on that because your deficiency that you're requesting on the soft landscaping overall for the property at 20%, whereas 50 is required, is a very substantial deficiency. And so we do really look to each property to manage its own stormwater, and you've got an opportunity to do that with that. Is the driveway asphalt or concrete? Existing.
Existing? I believe it's asphalt.
So yeah, okay. So it doesn't absorb at all. So I'll just go beyond doing the rear and the side yard. Would you be willing to do the front, that large asphalt driveway? Well, I'm not, I think our preference would be that the whole asphalt driveway be replaced with permeable pavers in order that the property as a whole was doing a better job of stormwater management.
Do you, Mr. Chair, are you mentioning in the front or the rear? Because
I can't tell from this drawing. There's a massive asphalt driveway. Is that front or rear?
There's two. This current property actually has an existing curb cut in the front That's going to be removed. There's going to be just sodded area along the side of the house. And the only driveway that we are proposing, it's the one directly adjacent to the existing brick and concrete block garage at the rear that faces Vaughan Road.
Oh.
The proposed front walkway that we're doing is just in line with the new concrete steps of the port.
Okay. So you're actually going to be improving, I'm foggy here. I wish I could see this better. I wish I had photographs to look at now, but I don't. Okay, Mr.
So maybe I
Byatt,
can clarify.
Yeah, I believe, Mr. Chair, the area you may be referring to is directly in front of the garage entrance, if I'm not mistaken. The agent can correct me. The labeling there says existing driveway to remain, and it seems to be, I'm not sure how one describes the pattern that's in there, but it's the area just in front of, I assume in front of the garage, that is currently part of, it's made of asphalt.
Okay.
As well as the portion that leads onto the street, to the curb cut.
Very good. Thank you.
May I suggest to the chairman, if you ask to bring up the site plan, the proposed site plan, you can see very clearly where the walkway and also the rear driveway, everything.
Maybe we can zoom in on this, on the site plan here. Just zoom in a
This
bit
is
further.
only a survey. You should bring up the site plan.
A1 shows the different paved area and the proposed interlocking in the rear yard. It's part of
Can we zoom in
my
on this?
submission.
Yeah, we're just zooming in on that now.
So that's the
in order to
survey.
see
So
the-
if you go to A1, there, if you blow that up. So there, that's our proposal. So the area right in front of the garage is the existing paved area in front. The space between the existing garage and the rear of the house, we would have no issues in, instead of just saying proposed interlocking, we can put permeable pavers in that lower patio. And then also, if you can scroll down a little bit more, you'll see that the existing the proposed port has that leading walkway to connect to the street. That too would be made out of permeable pavers.
Okay, thank
The
you.
existing side of the house is just sodded area. There's no proposed walkway along the side.
Very good, thank you. Okay. Mr. Salomon, question, go ahead.
So I understand you're looking to put in a basement walkout from the front of the house, and I'm just curious, what is the purpose of that?
It's because we don't have a lot of space in the rear. That would allow us to put a walkout, which would further reduce the landscaped area. So to be able to have access to the basement and facilitate the movement of furniture, we propose it in the front. And that is why we've kept the front line of the porch, so we can screen it. So at the end of the day, it's not something that protrudes past our proposal. It allows some of the area in the rear yard to be used as a patio at grade, and minimizing the size of the deck at the rear. It's a small deck, allows more for a landing and walk down. So we felt that putting it in the front was best location, best suited for this site, given the height restrictions per area between the garage and the house.
Are you looking to put in a secondary suite in the basement?
No, we are not. This is going to be owner occupied. Currently, owner lives on the existing house, and there is no proposal to convert the basement into a suite.
So I guess I'm just not understanding. Can't you move furniture from through the main floor of the house to the basement from inside the house?
Well, I guess we can, but I think this is easier. Allows an access from the exterior. Actually, it's a variance before us, and I think it actually use of this space. I think it's better than trying to go through the interior because it doesn't impact the overall design of the house.
I guess in my mind, I was just wondering whether at some point you're going to be looking to put in a secondary suite once you've constructed the that entranceway.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that hasn't been discussed with myself or the client at all. There's no intentions to convert the space into it. It's just to rebuild the existing dwelling so the existing owner can stay in the area.
Thank you. All right then. If there are no further questions of the applicant, then we can move to take this application into committee for a motion. Panel members, is anyone ready with a motion? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start off. By and large, this is a project that one could support, and with regard to Mr. Solomon's question about the entrance at the basement entrance at the front of the house, the thought does occur to one: is this going to be a basement suite at some point in the future? However, that's not within our purview at the moment. I would like to add the conditions with regard to permeable paving being used both at the front of the house and at the rear of the house. And if, Mr. Chair, if you wish to add on the removal of the asphalt and turn it into permeable paving, that could be added as well. Having said that, I'll wait for your input on that, and if not, I can propose that we accept the application with those conditions for the front and the rear. Permeable pavers be used.
I'd like to see that as part of the motion, yes, that the asphalt would be replaced with permeable pavers.
So in that case, I would suggest that we have 3 areas of permeable paving as part of the condition for accepting this application. That would be the front. I'm just going to go over to my, bear with me, I'm just going to look at the drawing again. So on the site plan, it's indicated in the front as proposed concrete walkway be permeable paving be used there. Proposed interlocking at the back, permeable paving be used there. And the area that's identified as existing driveway to remain also be removed and permeable paving be utilized there.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. So moved and seconded to approve with those conditions. Those in favor, show of hands, please. And that motion does carry unanimous vote, and the application is so approved. Thank you. We move on to number 24. 73 Balmoral Avenue. On this application, committee has before it submitted materials, email correspondence from transportation, support letters from 62 and 71 Balmoral in the form of form letters. And on this application, we do have some speakers registered to speak in opposition. So we'll ask the agent to join us. Please just state your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Giorgio Lolos, representing the file in front of us.
Good afternoon. You have 5 minutes, Mr. Lolos, to present your application to the panel. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair, again. This application is to propose an increase of GFA in density. And generally speaking, the major impact of our is that in consensus to what we're working with. Generally speaking, the majority of the variances that are the latter of the variances are some of the existing non-conforming issues that are currently active on the site. We are asking for a secondary variance is requesting for a zero setback along the westerly lot line, which again is indicative of what's existing right now. We're asking for a proposed front yard landscaping variances, which in sense actually increases what we originally have in place. Right now, the existing area, there is no landscaping, so we're actually removing some of the existing stairs in place, and we're readjusting it so we can actually have some sort of landscaping issue. Unfortunately, it's not enough with the bylaw requirements, but we got it pretty close to almost 62%. And I believe that the last three variances are again indicative of what's existing there. It's an existing front yard parking pad. We are removing the existing pavers along the front, and we are replacing with permeable conditions. And again, I guess the second largest impact of the variance here that's we're asking for is the side yard building height issue. And again, given the fact that it is an existing condition, and we're not being able to sort of adjust our existing first floor level to reduce the overall building mass, we have a handicap of approximately almost 1.4 meters in height that we could have actually reduced it to minimize the impact of the west of the side yard main wall height. So I guess in retrospect, our primary request is indicative of the GFA and floor space index, but the rest of it are almost tied to some of the existing conditions that we're faced with in trying to work around and actually have made some improvements towards them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's hold our questions panel while we go to those that are speaking on the application. And
so I have the next speaker, Anthony. You've been unmuted.
Oh, hi there. Can everyone hear me?
we do hear you, Anthony. State your name.
Great, thanks. It's Anthony Antonelli. I'm, along with my wife, Erica Azor, the owner of the of 75 Balmoral, which is attached to this property that we're discussing right now.
Go ahead.
So
You have 5 minutes.
Yeah, I need 10 seconds. I'm in full support, and so is my wife, of the application and all of the components of it.
Okay. Very good. That's pretty clear. Thank you very much. Any questions, panel, for this speaker? Hearing none, we can go to the next speaker.
So the next speaker I have is Kim Cheeseborough. You have been unmuted.
Good afternoon. It's Kim Cheeseborough, and I'm 71 Balmoral. I'm right next door to this property. And I have had the pleasure of speaking with the owner, and I feel confident that he has my full support, and I'm confident that he will address any concerns that I have. So I'm 100% behind as well.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you for those comments. Panel members, I guess there are no questions for that speaker. Very clear positions. Thank you. Okay, we can go back to the agent. And agent, you have some, obviously have done a good job communicating with both sides of the subject property. Okay, panel members, then your questions for the agent. Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Just a quick couple of questions, again related to permeable pavers. You mentioned that there's an intent to use permeable pavers at the front of the house. I was just looking at your site plan, and I don't seem to see any indication of that. Am I missing something?
Through you, Mr. Chair. No, you're not. So we haven't selected our means of permeable. There's optimum options to work with, but at the end of the day, we are going to use permeable pavers or some sort of means to sort of address surface water accordingly to the property and the neighbors, and of course, respectively to our neighbors as well. But we haven't selected the means yet, but we will be applying it for sure.
Just below the parking pads, could that be included in terms of having permeable materials being used?
Well, we could, but then we're on city boulevards, and we're only with
I
the
see.
right of way of the public works, we can address that at the time. But we know that we have support from public works as far as the encroaching into their means. But again, it's all negotiating at the time of our application to assess and apply the assembly that we're going to choose, which will probably more likely be in favor with public works. That's why we haven't addressed it yet.
Ms. Chan?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Ms. Chan, your question.
It's just a very quick question regarding the front yard parking. There's communication from the transportation saying that they have no objection, but they said that you have to apply for license. Are these already licensed, or you have to just maintain the license?
Through you, Mr. Chair, we already have obtained a new license for the front yard parking pad in accordance with the new ownership of the property. So when the owner purchased the property, he did apply for a front yard parking pad, which he has received, which I believe was part of the agenda or the submissions made to the committee or prior. Well, sorry, it was made for the zoning review application. Now, I don't know if we got transferred on to the committee panel, but we definitely have front yard parking pad with the new current owner conditions.
Okay. The reason why I ask is that if that's is required anyway, I do not think that we need to put it as a condition for you to do so. We just ignore
Rightfully so. But again, with planning, with public works support, we do have our permit in place.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mr. Reed.
Thanks. Sorry to go on about the front yard parking again, but they're very, very small spaces at 1.64 meters and they're short too. Can you just explain, and I know it's not really for us, but I'm just having a hard time seeing how those would work in terms of fitting two cars side by side, unless they're smart cars or something, and also not overhanging onto the sidewalk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I can appreciate your concern, Peter. Understanding and recognizing the area and demographics of the area, it is currently what's there right now, and it has a permit for 2 parking pads. Yes, they are undersized, and perhaps it could be for smart cars. That's unfortunate enough for us to sort of dictate. We're just maintaining the existing 2-car parking facility that was originally allowed, and we're just sort of transferring over to the new ownership. We could have made it wider, Peter, 100%, but we felt that, if we did that, we would not have the option to sort of allow landscaping, any sort of landscaping in the front yard by any means of what exists right now. By making them wider, we would have to minimize our landscaping, and I believe it is a compromise either way. So whether they decide to have 2 smart cars or 1.5 smart cars, it's indicative of what we had to work with on the site.
Thanks.
Very well. If there are no further questions for the applicant, we can now take this application into committee for a motion, please. Ms. Chan, proceed.
Yes, I think that Peter's concern is valid, because I was wondering how small car can be, but that's not in front of us, I don't think. And then other than that, I'm in support of the application, because since they have the support from both labels, and I do not think that it will create a negative impact in the area, so I'm in support. Are there any conditions? What about the permeable pavers? Maybe I'm not too sure. How to put that in?
I think Mr. Byatt had an idea on that. Mr. Byatt, do you want to? You had a thought on how to phrase that.
Well, that part of the challenge is that I don't think any of the plans, the site plan doesn't indicate permeable pavers anywhere on the plan. So that was part of my concern as well, is that, if it had indicated specific areas, I think one could always say, identify the particular area. I'm just going to the survey now and just see if there's somewhere we could indicate
What about the parking spaces?
I
They
think
have to
both,
pay
yeah,
that.
that's right. The parking pads could be identified as areas of where permeable paving should be used. There's also a the proposed pathway pads, that those pads be made of permeable materials. So at least two areas we could identify as requiring permeable materials that be used.
Okay, well, let's see if staff has that. Do you got that? Yes, they do.
Could I just add
Mr.
something?
Reed, go
I think
ahead.
for the parking pads, I think that's a great idea to make them permeable, but I think we should add maybe to the satisfaction of transportation services, because part of it is on the boulevard. So
correct.
Something to that extent.
Yeah.
Good idea. Okay, I believe that staff have down what the intention is there on the motion. So I think we understand too within the panel. So there's the motion. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. So all those in favor, show of hands, please. And that motion is carried unanimously. The application is so approved. Thank you. We move along to number 25. And number 25 involves 115 Leslie Street. The only materials that are before us on this are those submitted by the applicant in with the application. So we'll ask the applicant to join us, please, by stating your name.
Hello, good afternoon, committee members, Mr. Chair. My name is Hassan Roba from YEJ Studio and Consulting. We are representing the applicant of the property at 115 Leslie Street.
Good afternoon.
The purpose of this application is to create a proposed garage in the rear yard of the detached property.
Mr. Roba?
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Roba, just hang on for a moment. I know that you're quite willing to make a presentation. I'm just going to check with my colleagues to see if they'd like one, and specifically if they have any questions for you. Any requests for a presentation? No, I'm not hearing any. Mr. Byatt has a question. Go ahead.
Just a quick one. I'm just looking at, drawing number A09.
Yes.
Just a question. The height of the garage seems to be twice as high as the door. Am I mistaken, or it's quite a high garage?
The purpose of the height, it's if you look at sheet A06, the rear elevation.
Let's take a moment here until it's up for everybody to see. So just a second. There's 06.
If you see, we have a high window in the rear of the garage. This is just a design feature for appearance, aesthetically. It was a request from the owner of the property to have the height to the maximum, so we would be able to put a window at the rear of the garage.
Yeah, terrific. Thank you. Thank you.
Any other questions, panel? Hearing none, we can take this application into committee and go to a motion. Mr. Byatt, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe this is a very, very straightforward application, and there are no conditions attached. I would be quite happy to move motion to approve.
Thank you. Second to that motion. It is seconded, Mr. Salomon. Moved and seconded to approve. All in favor? Show of hands. A unanimous vote carries the motion and the application is approved. Thank you. Number 26 is 479 Winnett Avenue. Panel is dealing with applicant materials. There is a revised site plan from February the 15th. There's a cover letter from the agent, same date. And there are 5 form letters that support the application from the owners and occupants of 441, 445, 447, 488 Winnett, and one from 555 Atlas Avenue. Okay, now. On this application, we shall ask the agent to join us, please. Just state your name.
Jonathan Binskowski.
Hello,
I was
Jonathan.
speaking and nobody was reacting.
You've got us in stitches now.
I'm definitely here.
Okay, very good. Good afternoon. All right then, panel members, any questions for the agent on this application? I'm not hearing any. Mr. Bike, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, go ahead, please.
I'm just looking at variances number 9 and 10 with regard to landscaping. When you combine the two areas, there's a significant loss of landscaping. Could you just explain or elaborate on those, please?
Yeah, we could bring up the site plan or the survey. Essentially what it is there's a neutral right of way between the two properties. So although we are proposing an integral garage, that neutral right of way dictates that we can't provide any soft landscaping on that portion. So if we were to look at the site plan, we would also see there that, again, the preference would be to have that as soft, but I cannot alter that. We did speak with planning about possibly talking to the adjacent neighbor to the north. It's very hard to get somebody to eliminate a right of way. In addition, they use that to access their front parking pad. So any reduction or elimination of that neutral right of way would essentially not allow the individual to the north to enter their parking pad.
May I then ask a question of you with regard to the interlock at the back of the property?
Sure.
Could that be, would you be amenable to that interlocking being permeable
Absolutely.
as a condition?
Absolutely.
Thank you, thank you. While we're there, there's a very small area of interlock, 1.87 square meters at the front.
Yep, we would be happy to make any of it or all of it as permeable.
Thank you kindly.
Good question. Okay. Other questions for the applicant panel? No. Well, then, hearing none, and there being no speakers in opposition, we can take the application into committee for a motion. Is anyone ready for a motion? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks. I think in sum, this is a good application. I think that it is a large house, but I think the massing has been done in a way that it takes care of some of the potential impacts, that minimizes some of those. And I think that Zahir's suggestions about changing the interlock areas into permeable pavers is a good one. So I would move approval of the application just with those conditions. On the site plan, the areas labeled interlock be permeable pavers.
Very good. Is there a second to that motion? It is seconded, Mr. Byatt. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote. Motion carries and the application is approved. Thank you. Okay, on item 27, 28 Burtmount Avenue, we are looking at application materials. There's a revised site plan, floor plans, elevations, 25 February. There's a revised zoning notice from the same date. And there's a cover letter from the agent, February 28. We have comment from community planning. And we have 15 letters of support in the form of form letters, but they come from 10, 15, 17, 19, 21, 24, 27, 29, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, and 43, Burtmount, and 21 Brooklyn Avenue. Okay. On this application, 28 Burtmount, we'll ask the agent to join us. Please just state your name.
Hi, my name is Mike DeLiber. I'm here representing 28 Birdmount, and I'm with Replacement Design located at 911 Davenport Road.
Good afternoon. Okay. Panel members. Questions for the agent? Mr. Salomon, go right ahead.
So I just wanted to clarify, is there a change being made to the variance number 2 and the numbers in that variance?
So first off, I'd just like to also point out, we also received a letter of support late last night from the attached neighbor at 30 Birdmount, and I've since submitted that to the C of A technician. I just don't believe they've had a chance to upload that to our file as of yet. And as for the variances, yes, we're going with the numbers on the new zoning notice that was submitted. So that's with the FSI of 1.16 times the area, and that's with 183.38 square meters.
Just a second here, I'm just catching up with you now. Okay, so we're talking about variance number 2. And
so that's the FSI for 1.16 times.
And FSI is going to read what?
So it'll be 1.16 times the area with square meters of 183.38 as per the notes.
Okay, so we thank you very much for that question, Mr. Salomon. That's important. We've got that. So variance number 2. What we're dealing with, panel, is 1.16. Very good, okay. Questions for the applicant? Anything else? In that case, we can move into committee and look to a motion, please. Mr. Salomon, go right ahead.
So I think the variances are minor in nature. There are many letters of support from the neighbors, and so I would move approval subject to conditions of community planning.
Thank you. That is seconded, Mr. Byatt. As amended. So, the application as amended.
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So, moved and seconded to approve the application as amended. Those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application. Thank you. And that takes us to number 28, 21 Eastbourne. On 21 Eastbourne, committee has before it those submitted by the applicant. There's an arborist report, presentation materials from the agent, 18 February. We have email correspondence from transportation. 12 form letters in support. 16, 18, 19, 20, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 30, 31, and 32. Eastbourne. In opposition, There is correspondence from 122 Imperial Street. George and Lynn Frank. And, okay, so there we are. And we'll now ask the applicant to join us, please. Just state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Lays El Bahrani. I'm the architect.
Thank you. Good afternoon to you. Okay, panel, presentation, questions for the applicant?
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Just with regard to the balcony, I believe it's a balcony on the second floor. Is there any screening proposed?
Is there what, sorry?
Screening?
Yeah, well, there was a talk of, it was not requested by zoning, but we could definitely put, we have 2 planters on the side. We can just make them the planting higher. That's what.
That would be great, yeah. In the event that you do have some objection later on, this might prevent that happening.
Yes, for sure.
I have a question for you with respect to FSI. Your FSI request is large, 0.72, where 0.6 is the bylaw. Can you tell us why you're looking for that and what the design considerations were?
Yes, it's just, I mean, there was, from the beginning, the intent was to go by the character of the street. And so we basically, the extra FSI we have, I mean, first of all, the reason it's a little bit higher is because of the size of the lot, and then the sort of we had to go to 72, and we went by, actually, we were governed by what was done in the area, and we went by a few houses that are actually in the attached presentation material. There was a 72 FSI on Eastbourne, and then so actually it's 122. No, sorry, hang on 1 second. Sorry, it's there was a house that we had on Eastbourne that actually had a 72. Let me just look at it for a second. It's 126 Eastbourne. It has a 0.72, and number 60 has 0.71. There was a whole bunch of houses in the area that's much higher, actually. And the consideration we took is basically we reduced the massing. So we put the additional area in the attic space. Because the roof is there anyway, it's a sloped roof. By doing that, it's not going to impact the actual mass of the building. And we actually shrunk it. If you look at the presentation or on the site plan that we attached with the presentation, you can see I highlighted with dark the actual second floor of the mass. If you just go to the site plan that I rendered with the presentation material, there's a site plan attached to this. Yeah.
Well,
so
now that you've said it
yeah.
as the attic, that answers it for me. No, I'm satisfied with that answer. Very good.
Okay. Yeah, it's just we got extra sunlight, and the whole mass is actually smaller than the 2 houses you can see on the site plan.
Okay. Other questions? Panel, are there any? Hearing none, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I think that a lot of care is being put into the design of this building, and the materials put forward by the applicant have been helpful to understand that, particularly the hand sketch showing the application and the 2 adjacent houses. And I think the way that the massing has been staggered has helped kind of break up some of the bulk. So I think it's a sensitive proposal and worth supporting. So I'd move approval subject to opaque screening on the south side of the second floor balcony.
And that is seconded by Mr. Byatt. It is moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please, show hands. And that vote is unanimous. Motion carried, application is approved. Thank you very much. Takes us along to number 29, 834 Bloor Street West. We have application materials before us. There's a revised site plan from 23 February. There's a revised zoning notice, 9th of February. Cover letter from the agent, 24th of February. There's a redefined, a red line copy of the public hearing notice from the agent, 9th of February. A staff report, transportation services, and correspondence in opposition from 836 Bloor West, Luis Naranja, and 836 Bloor West, Craig Damian Smith. So checking with you, moderator, do we have one applicant, well, we have one person registered standing by in opposition? Okay. So we'll ask the agent to join us now, please.
Good afternoon.
Please state your name.
My name is Sean Galbraith. I'm a planner here on behalf of the application.
Very good. You've got 5 minutes to present your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much. The application is a pretty straightforward proposal, I believe. It seeks to add 2 stories to the top of a 2-story building on Bloor Street West, roughly halfway between 2 subway stations. The proposed development would facilitate the creation of a large family-sized residential unit and a second smaller residential unit above the rear garage, the proposed new rear garage. Both units would be accessible by an elevator, and so would have accessibility considerations in support of city goals to expand such housing. To the rear of the property is it's an unusual little parcel where it's a lane, but it's a privately owned remnant abandoned lane. It functions as a public lane, but because it is technically not a public lane, that has triggered at least one of the variances. It's been owned since the early 1900s, and there is no real current owner. This is sort of a thing that you see in Old Toronto here and there. Behind that lane is a park. There's no residential use behind it. The 4th floor is only a partial 4th floor, and it wouldn't actually be visible from. If you go back to the side view, the 4th floor is very sensitively designed, and it won't actually be visible from either side of Bloor Street. You can see that extreme angle, a very aggressive angular plane, let's call it. And the 4th floor has partial residential use in the middle, and then on the front and the back there are terraces. The front terrace doesn't even extend all the way to the front wall of the building. It's inset as well, and so it will have the appearance of a 3-story building, which I would suggest on Bloor Street is an entirely appropriate scale. If anything, it might be a bit of an underbuild in this part of town. I believe the variances are they're entirely appropriate to facilitate this development, and there's no objection from planning staff. I'm happy to hear any comments from the neighbor and any questions that the panel may have for me.
Thank you very much. Let's go to the neighbor that's standing by first and hear from that person.
Hi, Craig. You've been unmuted.
Yes, hi. Can the panel hear me?
You're slightly faint, Craig, so speak up a little bit and state your name, please.
My name is Craig Damian Smith. I'm the tenant at 836 Bloor Street West, occupying the entire top floor and the back balcony.
Now we're hearing you well. Go ahead. You've got 5 minutes.
Okay, great. I just a couple of procedural issues. My landlord, the building owner, requested also to be in this hearing and did not receive the same invitation email I did, yet I forwarded her the WebEx link and she's also on here. Bronca Narana. The other procedural issue is that 3 other neighbors sent emails in opposition and they seem to not have been included in the record.
Well, go ahead with your concerns, please. You're now addressing the committee, and we'd like to hear from you what your concerns are about the application.
All right, it seems to me that the procedural issues matter, however, because of the scale of opposition that's actually there, and it's not just me. So I'm not sure how to address that if the committee is going to make a decision today.
Tell us what the impact of this is and what your concerns are, please.
The impact of this is I live at 836 Bloor West. I have a back patio in the rear, which is just to the east of the west rather, of the 3-story addition, the brand new building that will be on the back effectively. That is the space where I spend the majority of my time when it's not the winter. There's a thriving garden out there that I've built over the past 9 years. And this proposed construction will block the light for half of the day, effectively killing my garden, and B, overlook my deck, which is private right now, and completely undermine the privacy of my deck. The other aspect of it is that the scale of the building is much more significant than anything else that's on the block right now, despite the fact that, yes, it's Bloor Street, it's very much a community, and the scale of this building is out of step. The characterization of the back laneway as an abandoned lane, that might be true in like a regulatory sense, or it might be true in a legal sense, but in a customary sense, that's a laneway that everybody uses along the street, and it provides access not only to the backs of our buildings, there's a bar patio back there, and it's the laneway, kids use it all the time and walk through it. I mean, the characterization by the applicant shows a degree of misunderstanding of how our community works. There's also a men's shelter back that uses that laneway. And the third aspect of this is that my landlord, the person who owns the building that my unit is on top of, that's a cardiologist and diabetes office. They sent in a written letter explaining the impact of the scale of construction on their ability to provide care for their patients. And I'd like my landlord to be able to speak to the committee as well. But fundamentally for me, I'll just reiterate the 2 points that this construction will completely change the nature of the place that I call home and I've lived since 2009. I won't have a garden anymore. I won't have any privacy in the place where I spend the majority of my time. Thank you. Is it possible to also address the procedural issues that other people's emails weren't included in the records, and that my landlord hasn't been allocated the time to speak to the committee? Hello.
Excuse me.
Bruce, we can't hear you.
Pardon me. Pardon me, applicant, or pardon me, Speaker. So the committee will be dealing with this application this afternoon. The receipt of materials is dealt with meticulously by city staff. So the committee will be going ahead with the information that we've been able to gather with the correspondence we have received over the weeks, and with the verbal and written submissions that we are dealing with before us. And that's how we have to do the job today. That's how we shall be dealing with it. And that's why it's important that you're with us. And I want to see if any of my panel colleagues have questions for you with respect to the impact on you that you've described. Anyone have questions for this speaker? Specifically, I have a question about your garden. Your garden is a ground level garden. It's am I correct? It's like that. It's down in the back of the building.
No, it's not. It's over the. It's effectively the second story for half of the building of 836 in the back.
Okay.
The current building comes basically up to the edge of 834 Bloor West, and then the remainder of that back section that you see, which is about 700 to 800 square feet, is a rooftop deck.
And so you're concerned about that your garden on that upper area is that it will lose a lot of its sunlight, right?
It will. A 3-story addition in the back will not only and the extra 2 stories on top of a 2-story building, effectively doubling the height of the current building at 834 Bloor West, will block all of the morning sun. I know because I've spent the last 9 years gardening out there, what a building of that size in that space would do to the garden. So that's the one aspect of it. It will completely undermine my ability to do that, which is like, again, how I spend the majority of my summer. And the other aspect of it is that there will be now 2 rooftop decks and windows overlooking my private, what has now been, up until now been a completely private space in the middle of downtown Toronto. So there's those 2 aspects of it.
Okay. So it's
the third aspect, as I mentioned, that I didn't mention is that I'm an academic. I work from home the majority of the time. It is incomprehensible how I'll be able to continue to use my home office, which I rent, during the construction phase.
I get it. Okay. So we're going to go back now to the applicant and allow the applicant to respond to your concerns. You've talked to us about loss of privacy, loss of sunlight, and the simple fact of the massing causing these problems. So let's go back now to...
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. We do have one more speaker on the line, which is Branka, that we can hear for. I know that she's not on the list.
Very good.
But Craig has mentioned that she is on the call, so perhaps maybe we could hear from her.
Well, we can do that. So is that speaker there available with you, Craig, to take the microphone now?
Hi, my name is Branka Noronha. Can everyone hear me?
Yeah, we can't hear you well. If you could restate your name, please, so we can catch it.
Branka Noronha.
Very good. And we have a letter from, is Luis, are you at 836 also?
Exactly. So my husband and I own the building, 836 Bloor Street West. My husband is Luis. And we have a medical practice that we've run for about over 15 years now on the ground floor of 836 Bloor Street West, which is adjoining the said property.
Okay, you have 5 minutes. Go ahead and address the panel.
So the main concern that we have about this new construction, proposed construction, is our patients. We have a diabetes and cardiology practice. We have very elderly people that have to come into the office and leave the office. It is a very busy practice. And with the changes that have happened in the landscape of Bloor Street, most of our patients unfortunately do not have a drop-off area on Bloor Street. As a result, many of the children of these patients drop them off on Shaw Street, which is right the next sort of street over. And then the patients will walk to 836 Bloor Street West. Now they would have to cross 834 Bloor Street West. And with the construction and with just the magnitude of the size of the construction that is being proposed here, we are very concerned about our elderly patients and them having access to our property. And I really don't know how it's going to work out. So that's the major concern for us. The other concerns are also obviously changing the landscape of Bloor Street. I don't believe, to the best of my knowledge, that we have another property that is 4 stories high. And the third problem that I have with this is our tenant, Craig, who has sort of described to you how this is going to impact his mental and physical ability to work and live out of his property, and as a result would sort of undervalue my rental property that is above my medical practice. Those are my concerns.
Thank you very much. Now, I should just say one thing to you with respect to the first concern you expressed, and that is that the construction issues are real issues, very, very clearly. They are not issues which the Committee of Adjustment, however, is empowered to deal with. So were the committee to approve this application, then those concerns, if they arose in the actual execution of construction, those would be things that you would bring up with the construction department at the time. And that's important because the committee is simply dealing with the minor variances that appear on the application. Those minor variance requests are what we are dealing with this afternoon. Any questions for this speaker panel? No. Okay. All right, then let's go back to the agent for comments, rebuttal on these issues, please.
Thank you very much. So I think I have the comments here. So first, with regards to the lane, my comment regarding it being that one portion of it being privately owned, that was more of a technical issue. It's creating one of the variances, the rear yard setback issue that wouldn't be required if it actually was a public lane. I wasn't making a comment regarding how it's used or what have you. I note that there is no height or depth variance required for this proposal. You're allowed to build a 4-story building this deep on the property. The depth of the proposed building is similar to other buildings on the block already, including 820, 842, 844, 854, 826 at the northeast corner of Shaw, just right east of this, is a 4-story building right adjacent to residential uses in the back, low-rise residential uses. There won't actually be any overlook to the property to the west at all because the rear terrace already includes privacy screens as part of that diagonal roof line. Portion of it are diagonal walls. So we've already included privacy screening on the east and west side to address questions of overlook. And while we haven't done a shadow study, one wasn't required, I did a sort of a rough calculation, and the rear deck would still in the summer would still receive 7 hours of sunlight a day on the adjacent property. But I mean, really, this is Bloor Street. This is within very close walking distance of 2 subway stations. This is where all city policy is oriented towards putting additional intensification. And this is a very modest amount of additional intensification. This is about as small as you're going to get on Bloor. I think it is an entirely appropriate scale, and I think the variances requested reflect that. They absolutely meet the 4 tests, in my opinion. There was a question about parking. I think 1 parking space is provided in an integral garage, but I think with the changes to the parking bylaw that is going to be in effect probably in the next month, no parking at all is going to be required. I think that was all of them. If I've missed any of them, please let me know, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
My question is regarding variance number 3, the garbage or the refuse
No longer
handling.
required. We've deleted that variance.
Oh, you said to do it. Okay, Regardless, I'd like to know how is it being handled? I just want curious because they're retail units and also they're residential units. Are they being picked up on a daily on Blue Street or?
Oh, so the garbage collection, which is different from the variance. The variance was basically we have to have a garbage room inside the building, in which one has been provided for.
I understand
middle
that.
of the
My
building.
question, I understood. That's why I said
Oh, okay.
regardless of that, and I like to see how the garbage has been handled. That's all.
Garbage collection will be along Bloor Street as it currently is. There's the one retail unit which currently exists and will be retained, and then 2 residential units that can easily be accommodated along Bloor.
Okay.
But what I'm trying to say is for the residential, for example, if they have recycled and regular garbage, do they bring them down on the curb? Because this is a real issue, right? I think.
Yeah, so it would be curbside pickup. There is a hallway that leads from the garbage room out to the front along Bloor, that's so that the bins can easily be pulled out. And then the both residential units have elevator access, so bringing the garbage down to the bins will be quite convenient.
Okay.
Applicant,
So,
okay.
yeah, all right.
If I'm-
Variance 3 is deleted, you say? Okay.
Correct, and variance 1, which was regarding bicycle parking spaces.
Let's just go slowly there for a moment, please, because I want to make sure all the panel members understand this. So, applicant, just for the record, you are deleting variance number 1 and number 3 from your application, correct?
That is correct. Yes, please.
So we now have an amended application panel. And
Yeah, that's what the revised, the revisions that were sent in, they got there a little late, I think. But those were the revisions.
Very good. Very good. Okay, so that there was a transportation concern about bike parking, and your elimination of variance number 1, I think, takes care of that.
That's correct. We added we added bike parking spaces inside the building.
Okay, very good. Any other questions for the applicant panel? Hearing none, I think we're ready to take this application into committee for a motion. If anyone has comments they'd like to make before a motion, go ahead now, please, or go to a motion. Mr. Byatt, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do take into consideration the comments made by the tenant next door with the loss of sunlight and so on with regard to his rear garden, rooftop garden. However, as the applicant has indicated, this is Bloor Street, and just within a very short walk of the subject property, there are 4-story structures. I can see many more structures with greater height coming along at some point in the future. So this, relative to what may be coming along, is relatively modest. My sense is that this may be a very appropriate type of development, of course, taking into consideration the impact on the neighbor. But I do believe that this is an application that is supportable. And as such, I would be inclined to recommending approval of this application as amended.
Thank you very much. That motion is seconded by Ms. Chan. So motion to approve as amended. Those in favor, and that motion is seconded. Those in favor, show of hands, please. And that is unanimous vote to carry the motion as amended. The motion as amended, pardon me. The motion is carried. The application as amended is approved. And the panel moves on to item number 31, number 30 having been deferred. Number 31 is 325 Craven Road. We're looking at submission materials, revised site plan, 22 Feb, revised zoning waiver, 22 Feb, cover letter from the agent, a 2010 decision by the committee, and presentation material from the agent 23 February. There is a staff report from Community Planning. And on this application, we have no speakers registered in opposition. So let's have the agent join us now. State your name, please.
Hi, my name is Stephen Gray. I'm actually the owner. I don't have an agent.
I beg your pardon. Very good. We have the owner applicant with us now. Okay, Stephen. Panel members, any requests for a presentation here or any questions to put right to the owner? Mr. Bai, go ahead.
Just a question for the owner. Are you aware of the planning recommendation that this application be refused?
Yes, I am. I discussed with community planning about that. I did make some concessions, but he's saying my space floor index is still high, and I would like to speak to that if I can.
I'd like you to. I'm gonna say to you, applicant, go ahead and tell us about your application, please. You have up to 5 minutes. Go ahead now.
Yeah, so I did send in like some slides. Can I walk through those?
Yes, you can.
All right. Do I share my screen or how does that work?
You'll need to work with our staff here. These are all slides you've submitted to us in the past?
Yeah, they're amended to they're on the
Okay. So
the
just
website, the information. Yeah.
Just give the staff here a moment to catch up with you and to get into the file.
No problem. Oh yeah, those ones. Okay, so 5 minutes. So I guess I'll go a little quickly here.
Well, I'm going to start. I'm going to restart you now. Okay, we've restarted you.
Okay, great.
You have 5 minutes beginning now.
All right, excellent. Yeah, so I mean, I think the variances requested are minor. My foundation is not changing, so I'm building on the existing foundation. I did discuss with community planning, and I reduced the height and the floor area, but they're still considering it overdevelopment, and that's largely due to the basement being redefined as the first floor. And I went to committee of adjustment in 2010, and that happened sometime after then. The bylaws changed to define first floors differently. It is a desirable and appropriate use of the land and building. I'm just adding a third bedroom to my house. And then, yeah, I think it maintains the general intent of the city's zoning code and bylaws. There are other examples of similar builds or larger builds in the immediate area. And, you know, I did make concessions to try to appease the community planning. All right. And if we go to the next slide, please. Yeah, so the first one was on the total height. As you can see here, I spoke with community planning and they asked me to reduce it by a certain amount, which I did. Okay, next slide, please. And then with the floor area, so you said that the SFI was high, and so I did reduce a little bit. I truncated the third floor, as you can see there. That also steps it back on the street elevation, so it doesn't look so imposing. All right, next slide, please. Yeah, so just with the first floor, as was mentioned, I did get a decision in 2010 to add, and in the letter from community planning, it does say that a very similar proposal. I wasn't able to build at that time, but it had a partial third floor and rear addition, as I'm proposing this time. Back then, what is my first floor was still considered my first floor. So I got a photo here, so you can see I got my front door, kitchen, living room on the first floor. The basement's a basement. It's a concrete foundation, has 2 small punched windows for the whole thing. You know, low ceiling. I got the furnace there, ductwork, electrical panel, all that stuff. So, I mean, it really is the basement, even though it's closer to grade than the first floor is. for all intents and purposes, it is the first floor, and it has been for as long as I've had the house. And only sometime after 2010, the city redefined it as the first floor. But what this does is it really increases my SFI, because now we're adding a whole floor plate to the index. And that's over 20% of my proposal. Is my existing basement is now, part of my SFI. So if we can go to the next slide. And just to illustrate this, if we look at the elevation of the house, the zoning bylaw is 0.6 times, the lot area. That's a mistake I made there. But we can see the outline in red. That's what's allowed with the current zoning. So that's my basement plus about 10 feet of my first floor. And then in green, we see the existing building. And I actually got approval for that and more in 2010. And at that time, we go to the next slide. So FSI 1 community planning told me it was considered overdevelopment. And we see in the red outline, that's what that would equal. It should say 1.0 times lot area. But so that's, if you can see, what's considered overdevelopment is inside my existing house. And again, in 2010, I was approved for something even bigger, a partial third story on there and a 1-story room on the back. So really nothing has changed except for that definition of the first floor. And just to put everything in perspective, we have ratios, the SFI, but if we can talk in absolute numbers, my first 2 stories, my house is 13 feet wide by 32 feet long. And so the existing house is 888 square feet as a 2-bedroom home with 1 bathroom above ground. So really it's a small house. Again, what's driving the SFI is the basement being included as a first floor. And also Craven Road has very small lots. So our lot depth is 73 feet, whereas the street behind us, for example, Ashdale has between 100 and 110 foot lots. And it's also a narrow lot, 16 2/3 feet wide. So lot area is small. We're adding extra floor area to the index on the numerator. This is generating this high air quotes SFI. So the existing
I'll ask you to
building
make your final comment now, please. Please.
Oh
make
my
your-
God. Okay. Sorry. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah, just so there are existing houses on Craven Road that look exactly the same as what I'm proposing. There's one there, 2012 decision. So that FSI doesn't include the basement as the first floor, but it's exactly the same kind of depth as mine. And then one more over, my last point. One more slide, please. Yeah, another one on Craven Road, even more imposing than what I'm proposing. Again, partial third story with the balcony in the front, exactly the same. So it's not anything new on the street.
Okay, your time is up now.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see if questions, Mr. Salomon, go ahead.
Yeah, so I understand, are some of the variances, the numbers, are they being revised? And if they are, if we can just have it so we can clearly understand what the new numbers are.
Yes, sorry, that is, I did submit that on the revised zoning waiver, so maybe we can look at that. So instead of, I think it was originally 11.2 meters, it's now 10.5 meters.
Okay, Stephen, we're going to have to
Yeah.
go. What we're going to have to, if you're
Well, I'm
changing.
answering the question, sorry.
No, but just if you're going to be changing numbers on the variances, that may be okay, but we need to make reference to the variance number.
Oh, sorry, okay, so on.
So that we know specifically what
number
we're
one
dealing with.
there- Yeah, on number 1 there, I was asked to reduce the height. It was 11 point something, sorry, I'd have to go look at the original, but now it's 10.5 meters, which community planning said would be acceptable, and they stated as much in their letter.
Yeah, it's showing 11.46 now. Are you reducing 11.46 to 10.5?
That's correct.
Okay, go ahead. That's number 1.
So that's the maximum height, that's number 1. And then the sidewall as well, number 2 was also reduced to 10.5 meters.
Just a second, go slowly, my friend, just hang on a
Sorry,
second.
sorry. I'm not under the clock anymore. Okay.
The height of the side exterior main wall facing the north side lot line will be 11.2 and the 9.67 on the south lot line. Are you changing that variance?
Correct. So the north lot line is now 10.5.
Yeah.
Again, this is what community planning said would be acceptable to them.
Just go, yeah, just give us the numbers, please.
Yeah, okay, sorry. Yeah, 10.5.
how
And
about
then sorry?
How about the south?
The south remains the same. It was okay. They were okay with that.
Okay, are there any other variances that are changing?
Yes, the number 3, the floor space index is reduced to 1.71.
1.71 is the new number, the old number was 1.86.
Yeah.
Any others?
Sorry, through you,
no,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, the 1.71 times the area of the lot, what is that in square meters?
Going back to number 3, we need to know what that 1.71 calculation is in terms of meters squared.
194.85.
194.85. Are there any other changes?
No.
Okay. That's a lot. Well, that's a lot of changes. Have you already communicated those changes to staff? Or are you doing that on the kind of on the run here now?
Are you asking me? Or,
I'm asking you that question, yes.
but which staff?
To the planning staff, to the committee of
Yeah,
adjustment.
yeah. So Sean Gunther, who I was in touch with from community planning, yeah, those are the changes he requested. So I made them, and then he acknowledged them in his letter. That's on the record there too.
Okay, okay. Question, Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, I just want to confirm that number 6, variance number 6, the maximum height of the building, has that been reduced or not?
Oh, it has. Yeah, sorry.
So you missed that one. So what is it now?
It's now 10.5 meters. That was the height I was given by community planning as what they would
fine.
say was acceptable. So I reduced all the sidewalls, maximum the total building height to 10.5.
Okay, that's fine. No, we just need the numbers so that we have, so that the numbers are correct, what you intend. I have to be very careful that we have that correctly. Are there any other questions for the applicant panel? Okay, if there are none, then let us, what we're going to be doing now, applicant, is taking this matter into committee for.
Sorry, can I make a concluding statement?
You've already had your time, applicant. You've already had your time. Stand by. Stand by in case we have to ask you a question, okay? We may decide to come out of our panel being in committee if we have any questions, but I want you to stand by now. You had your full time. In fact, I gave you extra time. Okay. Panel members, we'll take it into committee for a motion, and if there are thoughts on this application, it's kind of a lot to deal with, then I'd be glad to hear them. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to start with a couple thoughts because I think this is a complicated file. And it is rare that we would go against a community planning recommendation for refusal, but I'm going to be supporting this. I think Craven is a very strange street, and I think the numbers get inflated because of the lots are tiny. But there are many examples of very diverse types of housing on this street, and obviously very similar to what this applicant is proposing. I think the fact that he's dropped the height down, stepped back the first floor, I think those, it's not just good faith. I think that those make it palatable for the front and the back. And I think the other complicating factor is the basement and first floor question in terms of what counts as GFA. And I think, you know, a difference of a few inches probably would make what's now being considered the first floor be the basement. So I think that I kind of cut that down the middle. Anyway, I'm going to be supporting this application.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to add a comment also. I'm also supporting this after they have made an effort to actually reduce the height and the scope a bit. But when I look at the FFI, which looks high, but if you consider it is including the basement, which means that each floor is about 700 square feet. So it is still just a moderate size house in Toronto. And I'm in support of it, and I agree with Peter's analysis of the variety of different house types of homes on the streets. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else who wishes to make a thought or not? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a quick comment. I'd be supporting this application as well. I'd just like to commend the owner agent for making the adjustments that he has made. I think that shows very good faith and a response to planning staff.
Thanks, Mr. Byatt. Okay. Craven is an unusual street. It's one of the very few streets in the city where the houses are on the east, and when you look west, you see the back of the other street and the fences on their backyards. It's one of only a few that I can think of like that. I've driven up it many, many, many times. Okay. I think I can support it, and so having said that, I'll look to someone to come forward with a motion, please. Mr. Reid, go ahead.
I move approval of the application with no conditions.
Okay. Is there
Pardon
a
me,
second?
as amended. As amended.
Pardon me, Peter?
I meant add as amended, please.
As amended. Most important. Okay. All right. Ms. Chan.
Second.
Do you second?
Second. Yeah.
You second. So the application as amended, there's a motion now to approve the application as amended. All those in favor of that motion, please show hands. And that is that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application as amended. Thank you, panel. That moves us along to number 32, 639 Rushton Road. On 639 Rushton, we are looking at submitted materials. Cover letter from the agent, 23 February. Staff report, from tree protection and plan review, Toronto East York. And we have 11 form letters in support, 628, 637, Rushton, 411, 422, 424, 425, 430, 440, 444, Arlington, also from 627, Rushton, and 448 Arlington, received 14 February. Okay. And we'll ask now the agent to join us by stating your name, please.
Hello, my name is Sean Galbraith.
Good afternoon.
Hello again.
Hello again. Panel members, questions for the agent? There is one from Mr. Solomon. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think there was a letter attached from the applicant which indicated there might be an error in the notice, and I didn't quite understand that.
Yeah, so basically it was just the compass direction that was described was incorrect. We sorted it out with staff. You can see it there highlighted in bold, like number 3, for example, east side lot line. That originally said north side lot line because of how the compass arrow project north versus magnetic north, let's call it, on the plans. It was just a misunderstanding, but that was corrected.
Okay, great. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions? Hearing none, we can take the application into committee now for a motion. Mr. Solomon, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think the variances are minor in nature. It's an unusual shaped lot. It is a pie-shaped lot and it narrows as it goes to the rear. And there are many letters of support from the neighbors. So I would move approval of the variances subject to urban forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. And that is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. Show of hands, please. Mr. Byatt? Yep. Is voting for. Okay. So that becomes a unanimous vote. And the motion is carried. Application is approved, subject to forestry. Number 33 deals with 107 Indian Road. We've got the submitted materials. We have a context map from the agent, 24 February, and a summary of the variances from the agent, same date. There are 2 form letters in support, 103 Indian Road and 5 Ridley Gardens. And in opposition, there is correspondence from 110 Indian and 27 Ridley Gardens. So let's first of all have the agent join us by stating name, please.
Yes, hi, I'm Angus Skeen. I am the architect and agent for the application.
Good afternoon. Okay. You have 5 minutes to present your application to
Certainly.
the panel. Go ahead.
Certainly. So the project, it's a detached house on a kind of peculiar lot. As you look at your context map, to the left is Indian Road. And the little stick you see coming up sort of in the middle of the page is what's called Ridley Gardens. There is, strangely enough, an apartment building, I think it's probably about 12 stories, just to the north of the house. I submitted a document just for context sake. I called it the context thing. There's an aerial photograph that gives some idea. The proposal, yeah, if you can find that one, I'm not sure if staff can find it. They get named different things by the intake staff. It'll be the one with a photograph on it. Covering letters, they often call it. There you go. Okay. So just to get ourselves in the right area. So 107, I've circled there. It's a house, and the apartment building's to the north. This house is about 100, maybe 110 years old, and the proposal has 2 components. One is to remove the existing roof and build a new roof. The 3rd floor of the existing house is occupiable space right now, and it will be occupiable space if this proposal is approved. But that's the primary project, is to remove the roof and build a new roof on top. There is also a exterior stair to be built up the east side. East would be kind of away from you on this picture to reach the 2nd floor. The proposal triggers 7 variances. Now, the little summary of variances I made include the diagram because this is a peculiar lot and a number of the variances come out of the peculiarities. So my little doodle there, variance 1, I hope this works. Variance 1, if you go to the little plan, you'll see a little number 1 inside a square there. So variance 1 is a front yard setback variance, and it's quite literally 1 3/4 of an inch. And that's simply because I'm telling the truth about when they build the 3rd floor, I know it will stick 1 3/4 of an inch in front of the brick wall below it. So that's number 1, which is obviously very minor, I would say. Variances 2, 3, and 4 all come from the tiny rear yard. So the peculiarity of this property is, as you can see the house there, even though it's a 107 Indian Road address, the front of the house faces towards Ridley Gardens. So the rear yard is minute, right? So when I go to build anything on top, so variance number 2 there, 0.68 of a meter, the new 3rd floor dormer is going to trigger a rear yard setback. Number 3 is a 0.05 meter setback to the new exterior staircase. And again, that comes from, there just simply isn't the room back there. Number 4 is a peculiar one because what that is the rear yard setback is established over on the little plan. If you see where it says rear yard setback 7.5 meters, the way the rule works is you do the rear yard setback and then the canopy there encroaches into the rear yard setback, even though it's at the side of the house. So that's my 6.42 meter encroachment into my rear yard setback that's actually happening on the east side of the house. So if you can follow that, you're very patient. Variances 5, 6, and 7 are all height variances, and that's where the lower diagram is meant to help. So what's going on is, because my frontage is the long southern property line, and because this lot slopes from east to west, all the heights, as you know, for a house work off established grade, which is the average of the land height at the side lot lines. So I've got a very wide lot here. And so the land slopes down quite a bit, which sort of, I'm not going to say it cheats me on the height, but it doesn't help me on the height. Now the height variances, if you look on there, you'll see numbers 5 and 7 go to the 11.89 height, and those are to the peak. Number 6 are to do with the main wall, and they range from a 7.5 for the new dormer to a 11.59 for the new peak that's facing south. So they're both height variances. One is main wall, one is primary height. I would say this is actually, if you've looked at the drawings, this is actually going to be a very handsome house, well in keeping with the style of the neighborhood. Particularly the south elevation is, I'm very pleased with.
Just hang on a second while we get there. Let's get the south
elevation. No worries. Yeah. So that would be the west, that's the south right there. So everything you're seeing from that big triangle in the roof above, I've lived in this area just around the corner since 1998. And this thing looks like it was built in 1910, this proposal, because it's actually using a lot of the architectural language of that time. So I think it's going to be a terrific looking house. Now, in terms, I think I've outlined the variances. I'm aware of the opposition and their points, and I can address that if needed. There actually was a late coming 3rd letter of support from number 32 Ridley Gardens. I just noticed.
I'm going to ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yeah, and I think that is my final comment. I'll be happy to answer any questions from the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Very good. Let's go to the person standing by in opposition.
Hi, Tanya. You've been unmuted. Hi, Tanya. We're not able to hear you. You may need to unmute your own device or speak closer to the mic. Hi, Tanya. We're still not able to hear you, so I'm going to give you a call at the number you've provided.
We'll stand by while you do that. So we're just going to wait a moment as we make contact with the registered speaker. Hello?
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 Hi.
Hi
now
there.
I can hear myself on my laptop. Okay, hang on. All right, hi, my name is Tanya Affleck. I'm the homeowner of 27 Ridley Gardens, and I am on the northeast side of the street.
You've got 5 minutes. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Thank you. So basically, I have a prominent view of Ridley Garden, of the house in question, 107 Indian Road. And it's actually, from my view, I feel like I see the back end of it. I don't feel like the view that I have is the front entrance. I think the architect mentioned that the side of the house facing Ridley is actually the front entrance of the house. That's sort of not my interpretation. I feel like the front of the house is actually on Indian Road. So basically, the house is very commanding on the street. It's kind of like it's awkwardly placed because it's sandwiched in the top of Ridley Gardens. So it is a century home. The street is a dead-end street. It's a very small, intimate street. Barely any parking. There's only parking on the west side of the street. So basically, my concerns are that if the third floor extension is built, that it will become even more prominent than it already is. So right now, the house sits on an even roof line with the other homes. If they were to put the gables in that I see on the drawings, if they were going to put those gables in, it would elevate and make the home appear even more imposing than it already is, as it is already awkwardly placed. So as my report says, the home has a slate roof. 150-year-old slate, or these slate roofs have basically a lifespan of 150 years. So why would you want to demolish that whole thing and build another floor? I mean, I can see for the purpose of having more room, but can't you work with the footprint that's already there? So, it's nobody on the street has done any, floor additions. Everybody's been able to work within the footprint of their homes, myself included. And as I said, the homes are all basically very modest, semi-detached homes. And I feel like this home, with the new plans, will alter that aesthetic and just be, quite frankly, not, it'll be sort of just way too commanding. And I don't think it fits with the street at all, as the house is already, as the architect said, it's already awkwardly placed home, peculiar, shall we say, right? So if you add gables and another floor and more windows and staircases, then it will, further make it more prominent on the street, as that the building, the high-rise building in the background does. It's just an absolute eyesore. I mean, it does provide, housing for many people, but it's an eyesore. It doesn't fit in with the neighborhood whatsoever. So, I had the opportunity to object on this. Also, the land in the back area where the architect says is their main entrance, there's very little land there. Very little land. You can see from the photo that I provided that there's no land to work with. You cannot encroach on any more of that land. If you pull it up, you can see. So I don't know. I just felt that okay, fine. They're building this beautiful new extension, great. But if you look at the roof line, it's going to be prominent and it's going to be an eyesore, quite frankly. So my question is, can the architect work within the parameters of the existing roof line so it matches everybody else's roof line?
I'll ask for your final comment now, please.
My final comment is that, I disagree with all the gables and the third floor extension and the contrived staircase as well. I don't know why he needs a staircase to get up to the third floor. You can do that from the interior. And any changes that should be made should be done on the facade of Indian Road and not the facade of Ridley Gardens as per my view in the photos. And that's my final statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panel members, do you have any questions for this speaker? Hearing none, we'll go back now to the agent and ask the agent to respond in rebuttal to those specific concerns. Agent?
Sure. I will respond to them. I don't know if it's convenient for staff to bring up the context map, like just the aerial photo that shows the various addresses.
Just take a minute. Let's pull it up before we go ahead. Is that what you mean?
No, I meant the actual city issued, like the map, the above map that shows the property addresses, so I can contextualize the support and the opposition. That guy with the little blue highlight on him. That one. Okay, so we're hearing opposition from number 27, I believe it is, Ridley Gardens. Is that correct? So if you look on the map there, that's down the street and on the right-hand side. I believe if you look at the property, the setbacks, the distance of setback of this building, I really can't agree that it blocks any view or destroys any view from number 27, which is a house, a semi that's oriented east and west. So these photographs are taken from the front lawn or the front porch of 27. And I just simply don't agree that this roof, this addition is going to have any impact on their enjoyment of the property. Let alone, I've got to say too, I don't think it's going to be an eyesore. I think it's going to be quite striking. And it actually works to the scale of the larger homes, of which it is one, that populate Indian Road. And it works very much in the style of those homes. So on that level, I'd say it's fine. Some issues of why can't we work within the existing footprint? Quite frankly, the third floor is occupied right now. It's going to be occupied in the future. We're taking the opportunity to increase the roof height to make the room heights up on the third floor a little more normal, a little easier to use. And as an owner of one of these houses myself, I can assure you that the little knee walls and stuff, they can be a bit inconvenient. And I think it's going to look terrific from the outside. So I'd say there's no staff report expressing any concerns over the variances. The support we actually have, I think, also speaks or helps me rebut the concerns from number 27. We actually have support from number, 103 Indian Road, which is the property who quite literally backs onto our property. They're in support of this. And we certainly don't have any opposition from any of the people on Ridley Gardens who are close to the project. So those would be the 37s, the 35s, the 33s, and the 38s. So I honestly feel this is a completely reasonable project for this house, for this neighborhood. I happen to know that this was the home of Adelaide, like Mrs. Adelaide Ridley. Ridley Gardens, I believe, was the driveway up to her house. This house predates the semis that were later subdivided onto Ridley. That's the historical explanation as to why this house sits at the top of the street. It has plenty of room to do this kind of work. It's a very large lot. And I believe for that reason, I would ask that you could approve these minor variances.
Thank you very much. Panel members, questions for the applicant, if there are any. I'm not hearing any, so that being the case, we can take the application into committee for a motion. And if there are any comments anyone wishes to make before a motion, that's fine too. Mr. Byatt? Oh, sorry. No. Okay. Okay. Does anyone have any comments they wish to make, or is anyone ready to move to a motion? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
I'm happy to move a motion. I think this is a huge house, and I think the additions are going to make it appear even larger. But I think it's the context it's in. It's at the foot of a high rise, and there's a lot of breathing room around it. And I think that the way that the additional space and height is being incorporated is done in a tasteful way that's going to fit in with the neighborhood. Yes, the house will appear larger than it does now, but I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. I think the room around it means that it will have zero negative impacts on its neighbors. So I'm happy to move approval of this application with no conditions.
That motion is seconded by Ms. Chan.
Yeah, I second. There's a large home, but it doesn't have a variance on that, on the FSI.
Oh, Ms. Chan, I'm sorry, I missed, are you seconding the motion? You are. Okay, it is moved and
Yes.
seconded then. To approve without condition. Those in favor, show of hands, please. That motion receives a unanimous vote and thereby approves the application. Panel moves now into a recess. We've been going now for about 2 hours and 50 minutes. So panel, it's now 4:50. Let's take a 10-minute recess and resume at 5 p.m. 10-minute recess beginning now. Thank you. We resume. And we're resuming on number 34, 161 Bolton. On this application, panel has before it applicant's materials, cover letter from the agent. There is support correspondence from 166 Bolton, 163 Degrassi, 163 Bolton, 104 Degrassi, 61 Allen Avenue, 199 Bolton, 156 Degrassi, and 158 Degrassi. There's opposition correspondence from 159 Bolton Ave. And I'll just check first with the moderator. There is someone standing by. Okay. So let's have the agent join us, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Sir Chair and fellow committee members. My name is Stephen G. I'm a planner with Design Plan Services, and we have been retained by the property owners of 161 Bolton Avenue to present this application in front of you today.
Good afternoon to you. You have 5 minutes to make your presentation on your application to the panel. Please go ahead.
Thank you. So the application is to legalize and maintain a newly constructed one-story ancillary structure located in the rear yard. And this ancillary structure will only contain a storage area and a home gym, and no livable space such as kitchen or washroom is proposed within the structure. I would like to note that we had discussion with city planning and confirmed that they have no concerns with this proposal. The owners of the property also reached out to adjacent neighbors prior to construction as well as before this committee of adjustment and have received 8 letters of support, including letters from immediately adjacent neighbors to the north and east of such a property, which are 163 Bolton, 156, and 158 Degrassi. We do acknowledge that the neighbor to the south at 159 Bolton has provided a letter of objection raising concerns related to drainage and stormwater runoffs. I will address them as I go through the variances. I would like to provide a brief history of the application. So both owners have been working from home since the very beginning of the pandemic and would like to have additional space on the subject property to accommodate a storage space and a space to work out at home without changing the overall build form on the main building, and decided to build an ancillary structure in the rear yard, which is screened off by the main dwelling and won't impact the current streetscape. In 2022, the owner hired a contractor to build the ancillary structure. And at the time, the contractor has confirmed that the structure would not require a building permit. Construction completed in July 2021. The landscaping work was done separately shortly after by a professional landscaper, completed in September 2021. Again, not knowing the landscaping work would create a zoning deficiency, as typically no permits are required for any landscaping work in a residential rear yard. We have been engaged by the owners after an inspector issued a zone order to comply pertaining to the ancillary structure and submitted a zoning review and a building permit for the structure to the city in October 2021. A zoning notice was issued and identifying 2 zoning variants in front of you today pertaining to the lot coverage and the ancillary of the structure and the rear yard soft landscaping area. Variance number 1 speaks to the minimum soft landscaping area of the rear yard. The minimum requirement of soft landscaping area is 50% of the rear yard, or 68.83 square meters. The property has a frontage greater than 6 meters. The proposed soft landscaping area is 32.6% of the rear yard, or 44.86 square meters. If the lot frontage is or smaller than 6 meters, the required soft landscaping area is only 25% of the rear yard, and the proposal would comply. The property has a frontage of 7 meters, which is on the lower end of that range of greater than 6 meters. The purpose and intent of this requirement in large part is to ensure that the rear yard of the property provides adequate soft landscaping area for stormwater infiltration and amenity space. The landscaping work was carefully designed, which utilized sensitive materials and mitigation measures to ensure that there won't be any issues with stormwater infiltration and drainage, while still providing a high-quality design and pleasant rear amenity space for the owners or any occupants of the property. The The details have been outlined in my cover letter. The landscape architect has implemented in particular to ensure that the proposal will have no impact on neighbors' properties. And that memo has been included in my cover letter as well. Photos of the current rear yard condition have been included as photo 1 and 2 in attachment B of cover letter. Please also note that a building permit has been submitted, which will ensure that the proposal meets the city standard for drainage and stormwater runoff. As shown by the aerial photos provided in the cover letter, properties with minimal or even no soft landscaping area in the rear yard is common in this neighborhood. Further, based on the research of recent approvals, I think the average approved rear yard soft landscaping is 17.95%, and the smallest variance approved was 0% of the rear yard. Variance number 2 pertains to the lot coverage of the proposed ancillary structure. The variance for the 1 square meter between the maximum permitted and the proposed lot coverage of the ancillary structure. There's no livable space provided in the structure, only used for storage and a home gym. And the purpose for this requirement in large part is to control the scale and massing of the structure along with the performance.
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Sounds good. I just want to make one more note. So the lot coverage requirement for the main dwelling is not required under the bylaw and thus permit a FSI of 1.0 times the lot area. And the current FSI, including the ancillary structure, will only be 0.54 times the lot area. So if the proposal were to be a rear addition, the overall lot coverage would be increased, but would be permitted as of right. And other similar structure have been seen in the area as well. So in my opinion, the proposal meets the 4th test and is minor in nature. And I would love to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I think we'll go first to the registered speaker standing by and ask that speaker to join us now.
Can you guys hear me?
We do hear you. State your name, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, committee chair and committee members. My name is Ming Kwan, and I reside at 159 Bolton Avenue.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address the panel.
Thank you. We're the property to the immediate south of the applicant. This is after this auxiliary building was constructed, we began to notice ponding and pooling of water on our side of the yard that wasn't there before. What I'm about to say, you can refer to, as you call it, the document CA cover letter, page 2, and also the photo 2 rear yard. I disagree with the 5 of the 6 points in the applicant's cover letter under their key considerations. The applicant had said that the grading was done to ensure the rear yard of the subject property is 4 inches below the neighbor's yard. The fact is their grade is now higher than ours, and at some points is even 8 inches higher than our yard. The next one they said was the applicant said retention boards along with 100% permeable aggregates were added along the entire fence line. The fact is permeable aggregates are under the concrete slabs that they put. As you can see from the picture in photo 2 rear yard, the concrete slabs go right to the fence, thus providing a clear path for the runoffs to flow onto our property. Next, the applicant said that Bolton Avenue slopes from a high point to a low point, and the subject property is the low point of the slope. The fact is Bolton is sloped higher on the north side and lower on the south side. We're the immediate south of the subject property. Thus, we are, not them, the lowest point that's collecting the stormwater. The applicant said they had to put a 3 feet garden bed was incorporated along the entire main patio section. The fact is the 3 feet garden bed was mentioned only covers 8 feet section of the 50-foot fence line between the 2 properties. In the picture, photo 2 rear yard, which is the bottom picture you have, you can see that it's where the 3 small trees are. That's the extent of the 3 feet garden. Lastly, the applicant said the base material used 100% open grade and permeable. The fact is the concrete slabs are placed on top of this 100% open grade permeable material, again, which creates an easy and natural slope for the stormwater to drain onto our property. Next, I would like to bring to your attention of the aerial pictures in the cover letter. As you can see from the northern neighbors who have minimal to no soft landscaping. 4 cedar trees and a 15-year-old lilac was removed from the subject site to build the structure. They were all occupying soft landscaping, which helped the storm infiltration by diverting water into our ground. With the application of variance number 1 to increase the hard surface area, we are deeply concerned with this year's spring runoff and how much water will be pooling on our property that was never there before. Despite the fact that no permits or zoning approval was obtained prior to construction, we simply don't want their stormwater diverted onto our property. Thus, we oppose variance number 1 in support of the bylaw for soft landscaping so others won't have the same stormwater problem as we do. We also oppose variance number 2. The owner has said to us that they were building a shed, which had proper permits within the city bylaws. This shed turned out to be 200 square feet of living space, which we're discussing today. Since the new building is occupying more land, this eliminates valuable stormwater infiltration. If the building was smaller, then perhaps the water runoff onto our property can be mitigated. I would like to thank the committee for their time and opportunity for us to speak our views. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there are any questions for you, panel members. I have a question or two. So you never had these problems. The problem that you're getting with ponding is a new problem. Did it coincide exactly with this construction?
Absolutely.
Okay. And
your next question is going to be, did we bring it up with a neighbor? Yes, we did.
I beg your pardon?
The next question you're going to say, did we bring it up with a neighbor? Yes, we did.
And the answer
it's
is
an
yes.
objection letter.
Well, that's good to know also. Okay, then. There's another question from, yes, another question. Go ahead, Yim.
Yes, actually, the next question is not that. The next question is, this is more like a construction issue. Did you contact the building department rather than your neighbor?
We actually thought, we took them for word that when they told us that they had all the building permits and within the city bylaws. So the only time that we knew that it were out of foul right now is because those letters came in through the mail. We were objecting. The only objection we have is really the ponding of the water.
I'm going to ask you to repeat.
I think that is a construction issue rather than zoning issue. Committee adjustment, we are here dealing with just zoning issues here.
Right, but because of the soft landscape, that's not available anymore.
Right.
That's what you're looking at, right? I saw 2 variances on the letter. Is that correct?
Yes, yes.
I want to make sure I heard you correctly then. You said that you contacted the city as the member had suggested, and what was the reference they made to building permits? Or to, what was the reference that they made to building permits at the city?
What do you mean? Can you repeat your question?
Yes, the member asked you if and this appeared to be a construction type of issue. Had you brought it up with the city, you said yes, you had, and they referred to building permits.
No, I said that the owners had told us before that they had the proper permits.
Oh, the owners had told you they had permits. Okay.
Yes. This is during their construction.
Thank you. Okay, now I get it.
And everything is within the bylaws.
I get
so we took it as it is.
Very good. Okay. Let's go then back to the owner to address these specific issues, please.
You, Mr. Chair, and thank
the agent. So we're back to the agent now.
Through you, Sir Chair, I appreciate the comments provided by Mr. Kwan. And I just want to raise a couple points. So from my understanding, the client has recognized the issue of stormwater that's existing for quite a long time before even the construction. So that's why they have taken that consideration into their design of the garden. And that all the consideration and mitigation measures that's listed in my cover letter that was implemented to make sure that there's no more stormwater infiltration issues that goes on to the adjacent neighbors, and all the stormwater will be retained within the subject site. And like I said, currently there is the city right now. So it will be reviewed and make sure that all the grading and also the construction meets the standard of the city and don't have any issues with
Okay.
stormwater runoff and
All right,
drainage.
thank you. Just a moment, please. Now, I'm going to ask staff to put up, once again, the photographs that show the surfacing in the backyard. Those are the ones. Okay, so these photographs kind of tell the story. You're asking for us to approve 32.6% soft landscape, whereas 50 is required, and that is to allow for the very large hard landscaping that you've got there. Now, did you tell us that there's something special about your hard landscaping and that it is permeable?
That is correct. So the grading, again, I'm just going to go through the
No,
key
not the grading.
considerations
I'm
again.
asking about the material itself. Does the material absorb water?
So the storm, those are stone stepping. Those are stone stepping stones. So basically, the landscaper has left 5 inches gap in between those stepping stones to provide 100% permeable materials such as crushed granite. So to allow water to go straight down into the open grade material below. And again, underneath those stepping stones, those are 100% permeable materials being used. So the water can flow straight down into the ground below. And also for the side yard, that's close to Mr. Kwan's property. And we specifically left a portion of the landscaping area, soft landscaping area, to match the existing hardscaping that's located in Mr. Kwan's property. So Mr. Kwan also has a very large hard landscaping area at the rear and a smaller rear soft landscaping at the very end of that property. And I think that's better shown on the site plan and also the aerial photo. So that soft landscaping area has been left to absorb any stormwater filtration issues from the adjacent property and make sure that the water won't run off onto the property to the south.
Hold it there, please. There's another question for you from Mr. Solomon.
Yeah, I'd like to know why can't the applicant remove some of these large stone pavers, whatever is in the rear, remove some of those to be able to comply with the soft landscaping regulation?
Again, through you, Mr. Sir Chair. So it is built an after fact, and plus this whole design of the landscaping was very considerate of the neighbors. And
no, the question is what? No,
my question was the zoning
issues.
The question.
My question was that the zoning requires a certain amount of soft landscaping. Why can't you remove what's the work that you've done to remove a certain amount to be able to comply?
Okay, so there's, I think it's clear that, I can draw my own conclusion on that question. Okay, any other questions of the applicant? You see, I'll just make a comment here before we go into committee. In this case, the panel is being asked to legalize what's already been built. But the way that we have to view it, the panel has no punitive powers. We are asked in these cases to put ourselves in the mindset of hearing this application as if it had not been built, as if it was still a proposal, still drawings, and being put to us, and we're asked to consider it. Would we have allowed it or refused it in that instance? How would we have reacted to the variances before us? So that's the way that the panel will be treating this when we go into committee to make our decision on it. Okay, are there any final questions for the panel? Or for the applicant panel members? No. Okay, in that case, we're going to do exactly that then. Let's go into committee now for a motion. If anyone wishes to make a comment prior to that motion, then now's the time. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just some observations, that part of which my comment has already been discussed, and that is the issue of hard landscaping. I think, again, legalization of something that was done inappropriately is always a bit of a concern. I do find the variance number 1 a little unpalatable, and so I find it very difficult to approve that particular variance.
Understood. Any other comments? Mr. Solomon, go ahead.
Yeah, I would agree. I do have difficulties with both variants 1 and 2. Essentially, variance number 2 probably triggers variance number 1 because they have built this large structure, 10 feet by 20 feet approximately, which then has removed area available for soft landscaping. And so I would move a motion of refusal of the variances.
Okay, there is, well, Ms. Chan, are you seconding that, or do you have a comment to make?
No, I have a comment.
Okay,
Actually,
there's a motion now, but you can make your comment. Go ahead.
no, I don't think there's a motion yet, because I thought we were in discussion. No?
Go ahead. Okay, I'm going to ask Mr. Solomon to hold his motion then, and let's hear your comment. Ms. Chan, please go ahead.
Yeah, okay. I actually not thinking the same way. I think that the structure itself can be supported, and but on the other hand, it's sort of unfortunate the way that it happened. It could have complied with number 1 if they have increased the grassy area and reduced the paving area. But on the whole, I'm not inclined to refuse the whole application. If it's the compromise, I will move a motion to approve variance number 2, and maybe they have. I think that if by maybe reorganizing the backyard paving, they might be able, they can comply with number 1. That's my opinion.
Okay, Mr. Reed, do you want to make any comment?
I was going to say the same thing. I think that a lot of houses around there have structures in the back, and I think that the structure is fine and defensible. But I think the soft yard landscaping is an issue, and so I would, yeah, like him, I would support variance 2 and deny variance 1, because I think it would be simple enough for the applicants to just actually pull up a foot along each side of the stones and still have a usable backyard.
Thank you. And I'm of the same mind. So who'd like to make this, who maybe make the actual motion? Mr. Solomon was heading in that direction. So Mr. Solomon, did you care to make a motion?
No, I will let others put forward a motion. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yes, I put forth a motion for approval for variance number 2 and refuse variance number 1.
Thank you. Is there a second to that motion? There is, Mr. Reed. So it is moved to refuse variance 1 and approve variance number 2. Those in favor, show of hands, please. That motion is carried by unanimous vote. Variance number 1 is refused. Variance number 2 is approved, and the application is approved. And the panel moves along now to number 35, 21 Treadway Boulevard. And on 21 Treadway, committee has before it submitted materials by the applicant and a report from Urban Forestry. So let's have the applicant join us, please, on this one by stating your name.
Yes, my name is Patrick McAuliffe. I'm the agent for the owner. I'll address all 4 items on this list. Item number 1, which is a .72 from the side property lot
Patrick?
line, that is,
Patrick?
the existing house is already there, and
Hello, Patrick?
the front porch.
Patrick,
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to hold for a moment, please.
Oh, sorry, okay.
Hold for a moment. I want to consult with panel colleagues to see if they require or are requesting a presentation, or whether they'd prefer,
Well,
whether they have.
okay, I do need something about item number 2, because they have it wrong. The city has it wrong.
In that case, go ahead and make your comment about that, please.
Okay, the item number 2, the city has it, if you take a look at my site plan, I actually have on my site plan that that we're asking for soft landscaping of .23, I think it is. Okay, and the city ended up coming up with this .65, and I don't know where they came up with this .65. So what I'm suggesting that for item number 2 is we change number 2 to 57% soft landscaping on the condition that the walkway is permeable.
Just a second. Okay. So you understand, variance number 2 right now reads that 75% is required. And they're
Right.
reading your applicant as 65%.
No, my site plan actually says 21%, I think it is, 23%. But they misread that, and they put it down as 65%.
Okay.
If you look at my site plan, my site plan actually says 21%, I believe it is.
Well, then hang on for a second. Let's bring up the site plan, please. Because if the site plan says that, then we have to deal with that.
Yep, the front yard soft landscaping is 30.3%.
Through you, Mr. Chair. I've brought up the zoning review that was submitted with this application. And the zoning review has determined that the proposed front yard soft landscaping area is 65%, which equates to 9.75 square meters.
Right, but that is
So
wrong.
that's what the zoning review reads.
That's what the zoning review reads. And that's where the
Right.
variance was noted from.
So
Right.
that's what the panel is dealing with. The panel's, if that number isn't the same as what's on the submitted site plan, the panel is going to be looking at what the city zoning review indicates.
Can I intercept? Because I think the confusion is if you look at the same chart, at the bottom of the soft landscaping, it does say on 9.75. So I do not know why it's 65%, but it says the area is correct. 9.75.
Well, the panel's going to be going by what the zoning review indicates. So the site plan may be at odds with the zoning review, but we'll be looking
Okay,
at...
so here's the issue. What we're required to have is 75. The city is asking for 60, or the city is saying that I'm asking for 65.
Right.
But I'm not. I'm going to ask for 57%.
You're going to ask for 57.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
On the condition that the walkway be permeable.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if the variance is now reducing further, then we would have to consider a deferral for notification.
There we go. So, applicant, did you hear that? If the concern now is that we're altering this too much.
This is our mistake.
Yeah,
This is a city mistake.
Excuse me.
Yes.
What you're doing by going to 57 is making the application more onerous. And so that triggers having to go back to deferral and then to re-notifications out to the people that are concerned and so on. So that's what
This is
you're
a
going...
city error. This is a city error.
Again, through you, Mr. Chair, a zoning review was submitted with the application. At any point in time, if there was inconsistencies on that zoning review, it could have been raised with the zoning examiner, and it wasn't. The notice has gone out as is. If further revisions are required, then a deferral may have to be
Understood. Okay. So that's our position on this applicant. If we're going to
So
make that.
leave everything the way it is. I'll go with everything the way it is. If I want to I'll have to change the front porch to suit. And if I have to, I'll come back to committee. That will be the quicker way of doing it.
We'll let it stand at 65 then. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay. Well, good that we had that discussion. And panel members, are there any questions for the applicant now, in light of that discussion or that you had previously? Okay. Hearing none, the variances that we are going to be dealing with in panel are as they stand and as they were distributed. So let's bring the application into committee for a motion. Ms. Chan, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, in that case, if we agree with all these variances, I consider them minor, and I'm in support of the for approval with subject to forestry condition number 1.
Thank you. That motion is seconded, Mr. Reed. So it is moved and seconded to approve subject to forestry. Those in favor, show of hands, please. That vote is unanimous. So the application is approved and the motion is carried. Thank you. And we move on to number 36. (181) Westminster Ave. On this application, the only materials before the committee are those submitted with the application. And we'll ask the agent to join us now. Please state your name.
Oh, hi there. My name is Allison Milne.
Hi there. Good afternoon. Okay.
Good afternoon.
Panel members, we have the agent now with us. Does anyone request a presentation, or do you have any questions? I'm not hearing any questions. No request for presentation. So that being the case, is there anything, agent, about the application that, any single thing you want us to know?
No, at this point, it is only the one variance, which is the FSI. And the only thing that I wanted to point out was just that the proposed FSI is high due to the grading at the sides of the property lot. So they're including basically square footage of the basement that wouldn't normally be included in a square footage calculation.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, panel, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Solomon, go right ahead.
Yeah, I think the variance is minor in nature, and I would move approval of the variance with no conditions.
Does that motion have a second? Mr. Byatt seconds. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that's a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to approve the application. Which takes us along to number 37. 42 Hiawatha Road. We have those materials submitted by the applicant. There are 3 photographs of the shared driveway and surrounding area. There's correspondence from community planning. And in support, we've received a 12-signature petition signed by owners and occupants on Hiawatha and Woodfield Road. So we'll ask the agent now, join us please and state your name.
Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Gray.
Good afternoon. All right. Panel members, questions for the applicant? Are there any? Any presentation required? Agent, is there any one single thing you want us to know about the applicant, of the application?
I'm more than happy to answer questions, but I don't feel the need to present.
Okay, very good. All right then, in that case, we can take the application into committee for a motion, please. Mr. Salomon, go right ahead.
So I think this is an improvement from what is currently there today, where there is no soft landscaping in the rear yard. And so they were actually proposing to provide, I believe it's 26%. So I believe the variances are minor, and I would move approval subject to community planning condition.
Thank you very much. Is there a second? It is seconded, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, hands show, please. And the motion is carried, unanimous vote, and the application approved. (1611) DuPont Street is application number 38. We've got applicant's materials here. We have a cover letter from the agent. We have a letter of concern or interest from Councillor Bailão. We have correspondence in interest or concern from 186 Franklin Ave. And we have opposition correspondence from 1611 DuPont, 176 Franklin, 411 Palmerston, 1611 DuPont, Unit 2, and 518 Jane Street.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair, staff also received a report from community planning as of yesterday, and they are imposing 3 conditions that we can put up on the screen just
Please.
for. So it's up on the screen now.
Thank you very much. Let's just take a moment to familiarize with that. Thank you. Okay. Okay then. Let's have the agent join us, please.
Hello, Edward Lee here, architect and agent.
Mr. Lee, you have 5 minutes. Good afternoon. To present your application to the panel, please go ahead.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by stating that the owner, Dan Armstrong, is a local resident down the street. He purchased the building and he's been committed to contributing to the culture of the Junction Triangle neighborhood. And he is also registered as a speaker should the committee have any questions about his plans for the building. Our approval is, this proposal is for an as-of-right permitted eating establishment on the ground and basement levels. However, we are seeking minor variances for restaurant patio use on the ground floor and conversion of the second floor to office space. This office will be occupied by the owner's investment group that seeks to own and operate businesses together with independent retail and hospitality businesses. Dan can speak further if needed to the community benefit the business venture is trying to achieve in terms of revitalizing a decimated industry. Unfortunately, much of the opposition to this file is coming from the current second floor tenant, who I believe may have even coordinated some of the objection letters that you have before you. His letter, objection letters from non-immediate neighbors, and the letter from Councillor Bailao are not based on planning objections, but rather general concerns about the housing crisis. Since the first day of this project, the preliminary investigations of the building by our contractor and engineers, the tenant has been calling foul to the building inspector on a weekly basis. We obtained a building permit for the initial exploratory work, but much of the as of right permitted construction work to the ground and basement levels will require structural reinforcing of the building and upgrading of fire separations, which should necessitate a vacant building. Councillor Bailao has noted in her letter that she has reviewed the file with planning staff and has no objections to the minor variances. And if you refer to the planning report received yesterday, we accept the standard conditions for patio operation. Planning staff had no concerns about the minor variances before you. I would also like to clarify that the revised zoning notice dated February 4th no longer indicates that community planning approval is required for incidental removal of a single dwelling unit. This was double checked by our zoning examiner with planning staff and hence was removed from the initial notice. In the end, I believe that from a planning perspective, the minor variances we are seeking are minor in nature and that the project is an opportunity to provide much needed improvements to this commercial stretch of DuPont. Minor variance number 2 for commercial FSI is the product of adding not only the second floor change of use area, but also by the addition of basement floor area as part of the restaurant. All proposed work will occur within the existing building envelope. Finally, if you can bring up the last drawing, section drawing A2.1, the minor variance to permit an outdoor patio associated with the restaurant, portions of the ground floor and roof will be removed to create a volume of space for patrons that will bring daylight into the middle of an otherwise long windowless building. The outdoor area will be enclosed by the building on all sides with the garage separating the patio from the lane. This will eliminate privacy and noise issues typically raised by neighbors concerned with rear patios abutting a lane. Important to note that the minor variance is for the ground floor patio only. The second floor patio for office use is permitted. Thank you and welcome any questions the panel may have.
Thank you. Okay, let's have the first speaker in opposition join us, please.
Hi, John. You've been unmuted.
Okay. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we do. Please state your name.
Thank you. My name is John Southern, and I've resided at 1611 DuPont Street for the past 13 and a half years.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to bring your concerns to the panel.
Okay. Mr. Chairperson, members of the committee, thank you for your time and the opportunity to share my concerns with regard to this application. I wish to share my concerns today regarding the following items: the proposed removal of the second-story residential unit, the proposed construction of a second-story deck, and the current state of the demolition work that has been ongoing since this past July. With regard to the removal of the second-story residential unit, if this is approved, it will result in my being evicted from my home for 13 and a half years. I see no compelling reason to permit conversion of this unit into an office, particularly when the City of Toronto is in the midst of an affordable housing crisis. The councillor letter shares this concern, as well as do several other letters of objection. It's stated in the cover letter that the building owners intend to convert this into an office space and staff space for the restaurant. The submitted plans on drawing A1.1 in page 3 of the revised plans already accommodates for those needs for the restaurant. The basement area at the front of the building is indicated as staff office, staff room, staff change, and staff WCs. Furthermore, Dan Armstrong's Sundance Holdings has an existing office 1 block away at 1587 DuPont Street, as indicated in the application and several other documents. This should accommodate the stated needs of the investment group. With regard to the proposed construction of a second-story deck, this proposal would resolve an ongoing dispute between myself and the building owners over the restoration of a rooftop patio amenity, which is included in my lease. You can see page 2 to 3 of my letter of objection. You'll see that there. The summary, there's an existing rooftop patio which was removed by the previous owner for repairs. You'll see that on page 17 of my letter. The previous owner had committed to restore it In October 2020, the building was sold to Dan Armstrong Sundance Holdings, and this outstanding maintenance issue was immediately brought to their attention. You can see that in the pages 10 to 11 in my letter. In August of 2021, after having been aware of the maintenance issues for many months, the owners raised concern about my use of the patio, and after asserting their refusal to rectify the maintenance issue, this escalated to the building owners attempting to unsuccessfully evict me from the roof. You can see this on pages 15 to 20 of my letter. By permitting the request to build a proposed second-story deck, this would effectively resolve this dispute by restoring this amenity. Regarding the current state of the demolition work, I have numerous concerns with regard to the work that has taken place for this project. These are outlined in detail in my written submission. Demolition works commenced illegally in July 2021. It was subsequently halted by an order to comply for work no permit, and you can see that on page 13 of my letter. Work was only allowed to resume in October 2021 once a building permit was issued. In the drawings that were submitted in the building permit, they misrepresent the actual state of a washroom in the basement, indicating that it does not exist and is actually part of what's indicated as existing storage. You see that on page 31. The actual original state of this space can be seen on the real estate listing floor plan. That's on page 22 of my letter. During the ongoing demolition work, there are numerous issues which are summarized on pages 4 to 6 of my letter. Those which include removal of fire separations, removal of ventilation ducts, airborne contaminants from the demolition work being permitted to enter my living space around the gaps from the heating vents, potentially the damage to the heating system. There was damage to the water heating system. There's construction noise outside of permitted hours. There is smoking in the main floor construction site, and there was illegal electrical work being performed. In closing, I want to share a message that I received from one of the building owners in response to a recent concern. A month ago, the owners indicated there would be a period of quiet inactivity until this development application and the associated building permits are approved. On Monday morning, I heard an exceptionally loud crash in the space directly below my bedroom. It sounded as though something very heavy had been dropped from a significant height to the floor. I contacted the building owners and received the following message from Dan Armstrong. The contractor was picking up some of the tools they had left behind, and one guy dropped a ladder on the way out. This demonstrates to me that you're unreasonably sensitive and that there is no way on earth you would be able to live through an actual renovation. Imagine when the concrete pump cranes show up. Imagine when they're craning HVAC and makeup air equipment onto the roof. Although these words are directed at me, I think this paints a rather vivid picture of the apparent lack of concern that the building owners have for the impact of this project on our neighbors. In light of my adverse experiences with the building owners, their contractors, and the seeming lack of consideration for myself and our surrounding neighbors, I have significant concerns regarding their ability to effectively communicate with and manage the relationship with their neighbors whom have been and will continue to be impacted.
I shall ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Okay. In the letter, by converting this office space to the residential space to office space is unnecessary and it will evict me from my home. I know that's indicated as a minor variance. It would have a very significant impact on me. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. All right, panel, are there any questions you wish to put to this speaker? No. Okay. Okay, then, let's go to the next speaker.
Hi, Scott. I have unmuted you.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Scott Mitchell, and I live at 176 Franklin Avenue.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address the panel.
Great. Thank you very much. And let me just commend the panel on its perseverance. It's been a long day, but I appreciate the work you're doing.
Thank you.
Okay. So I live about half a block south of DuPont. I can see the property in question from my backyard. I've been a resident in Davenport for about 17 years. And honestly, I'm quite happy about the influx of new businesses on DuPont, including some great restaurants. But like many up-and-coming neighborhoods, we need to pay close attention to planning decisions. So let me get right to the point. I do have serious concerns about many parts of this application, but I am strongly opposed to two elements in particular. One is the rear courtyard patio, which is the subject of the variance. And also, as you've heard from John and from others in the neighborhood, the loss of residential space on the second floor. So I believe that this restaurant can be successful without either of those elements. And I urge the planning department and the owners to pay attention and prioritize the needs and concerns of the community. So first, I'll just speak briefly to each of those elements. So loss of residential space, others have commented on this. Given the housing crisis, I don't think the city should be permitting any loss of residential space unless there's a compelling reason, which I do not see in this case. There's lots of existing office space elsewhere in the neighborhood, and as you heard, they already have some of their own. So I don't know the business owner on this application. I haven't had the pleasure of meeting him, but after reviewing the written submission from the current tenant, I do have many concerns about the owner's past behavior, and I can't help but feel that this is a bad faith application, with respect to the residential piece. So I would urge the applicant to reconsider this part of the proposal and preserve the rental unit. The rear courtyard patio. So my first concern obviously is noise, as others would agree. I mean, I do appreciate the recommendations in the staff report to help mitigate those noise problems. Those are fairly standard recommendations to restrict the hours of operation from 11 to 11, say no to outdoor music, and put up request signage for the patrons. That's great. However, the noise problem will occur during the operating hours. So that 11 to 11 slot, particularly evening dinner hour, is when all of the residents in this neighborhood, including myself, enjoy their own backyards. This property sits at the sort of top of a T intersection on the alleyway. So sound will radiate in 3 directions. And this alleyway, I can tell you from 17 years of experience living in the neighborhood, is an echo chamber. It amplifies noise from blocks away. So that noise will affect every home that backs onto the alley, not just the immediate neighbors. So our backyards are a sanctuary for residents. We all use them in the evening time, and we've achieved a certain equilibrium in terms of the noise, right? We all hear our neighbors. The courtyard patio will destroy that equilibrium, even without music, even with the restrictions that the city is recommending. A dozen voices on a patio is like a party next door. So a restaurant means a party every night, which is not acceptable. Zoning bylaws exist for a reason. They should be respected. I also have, if I have a little bit more time, some concerns about the rear access gate. So the unusual design of this restaurant with the basement seating and the opening up of the first floor means that patrons would need to travel through the restaurant, down some stairs, up some stairs, and outside into the patio. I'm concerned that the owners will invite patrons to enter and exit via the rear gate, resulting in more noise and disruption for residents. Illegal parking in the alley is also a concern. We already see cars in there blocking garage doors and so on, and this would only encourage more of that. And that is linked to a broader question. This is my last comment. There are half a dozen restaurants already on this section of DuPont. So we have a serious shortage of on-street parking, especially during the dinner hour. So creating another restaurant row like Ossington will bring headaches. Good planning suggests a mix of businesses would be better. So in the owner's words, if the intention really is to keep our main retail streets alive and vibrant, I would urge the owner to go back to the drawing table, be more creative and more responsive to the needs of the community. So thank you for your time and for allowing me to share my comments.
Thank you. Panel members, questions? No. Okay. Then we'll go back to the agent and ask the agent to address the issues.
Yes.
The issues that were raised by the 2 speakers.
Yes,
please.
yes. First off, it's unfortunate that the owners have been characterized this way. It's still a secret as to who our chef will be for this restaurant, but if that was shared with everyone, it could reassure the neighbors that this will be a fine dining restaurant and there won't be any parties or backdoor speakeasy access or anything like that. But I mean, at the end of the day, I think it's important. I've done many patio applications, restaurant applications in the city, and city planning have been consistent in their I guess, reviews of these patios. And they made a point to me that having the patio enclosed within the building was a large factor in their not objecting to the patio. Essentially everybody wants the Junction Triangle to to improve and to bring attract restaurants. Patios are not possible in the rear of any of these buildings because they would be abutting the laneway. So as the architect, I believe I was creative in creating a space, an outdoor space for the building, as well as providing an opportunity to bring some daylight into this long building that has no windows otherwise. Just going to the tenants' concerns about the second floor deck, without going into detail on that, the second floor deck is not subject to this minor variance request. I think the issues with the lease and the landlord is just about, a permit being required to build a deck. So that shouldn't be of any concerns to the committee. And I guess the only other comment, all of the claims of illegal work, we were just doing investigative work with the engineers to know what we were dealing with. The building was in disrepair already. And, essentially from day one, the tenant was obviously not happy about the possibility of being evicted. So he's pretty much, been against us since day one. So it's unfortunate he's characterized the landlords this way. I would just ask the committee to give us the opportunity to prove to the neighborhood that this will be a worthy addition and that will be very respectful of the neighborhood.
Thank you very much. Panel members, question, Mr. Solomon, go ahead.
Yeah, can we put up a cross-section? And I'd like the applicant to explain exactly how that outdoor restaurant is to work, how that's going to work.
Yes, so the courtyard that's suspended above the kitchen, that is currently indoor space. So we're removing that portion of roof. So essentially when you walk in from DuPont Street, you see the light coming into the courtyard. So you have to go through the basement, up the stair to access the courtyard.
And then how does the sound, what happens to the sound in that courtyard if there's no, if it's open above?
Like from my understanding of sound engineering when I was in school, sound reverberates off hard surfaces back and forth, and it will all just go straight up. It can't go up and then come back down and fall down onto the residential neighbors behind. And by accepting planning's conditions about no amplified music, those are the types of sound frequencies that sometimes do carry a long way through buildings. If there's like low bass sounds or music, that is why planning staff always recommends no amplified sound on patios adjacent to residential zones.
And what is the distance from that courtyard area to the nearest residential lot?
That is minor variance, our second minor variance. It's 12.65 meters.
I see. So that variance isn't related to the location of lot to lot. It's the location of the actual space.
That's patio to the closest lot line. So then obviously if there's a garage, a backyard, the actual distance to a house will be greater.
Okay, thank you.
Any further questions? Hearing none, then we can take the application into committee for a motion. And let's do that now. So
Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Byatt.
Just a question for you, actually. This situation reminds me of the hearing I think we conducted in February, where there was a situation that the application would involve the eviction of tenants. And one of our colleagues mentioned that the city has some, I suppose, I'm not sure, legal requirements of landlords to assist tenants that are being evicted. I couldn't for the life of me remember the exact nature of that. And I was just wondering whether the current tenant would be eligible for the assistance from the landlord to relocate
I remember generally the application that you're talking about, and I remember there was discussion about some assistance and whether it came from. I don't remember the nature of the of that program, whether it was provincial or city.
I believe it was city. I'm just wondering perhaps if Madam Secretary Treasurer General would have any idea.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would be through our housing policy staff that could help assist.
Housing policy.
Zahir, Chair, I can jump in. I think it's a rental housing replacement policy, but I think it only applies to redevelopment projects where over 6 residential units are displaced. I think that's my understanding anyway. But
that is
yeah,
correct.
I think it may well be correct because the previous application I was referring to did involve multiple units. So you may well be right. Thank you.
Okay, sure.
Okay. Mr. Salomon, go ahead.
Yeah. So is there a reason that the outdoor patio can't be moved closer to the main street as opposed to where you're proposing it now?
Okay, we had actually, I think, gone into committee, had we not? It's
yeah. All right, sorry.
It's a good question. So, is the applicant? Are you still standing by, applicant? Agent?
Oh, yes, I am.
Okay, there's a question here that's a good one from Mr. Salomon. Go ahead.
Yeah, are you able to move? Is there a reason you can't move the outdoor patio further away from the residential area and closer to the main street?
Moving it closer, I mean, I guess anything is possible, but I mean, you can see that our design proposal was to create the main dining space, not with the hovering courtyard above. I, with all due respect, don't believe that moving it over closer to the, I guess, where the office patio is would make much difference from a sound perspective, because at the end of the day, the courtyard is enclosed. And I'm quite certain that, you know, even the residents would probably agree that it's the actual use of the patio that they're opposing to. And just to comment on the last thing about the assistance, the owners have been very, very generous with their offers to help relocate the tenant, and he's rebutted all offers and digging his heels in.
Okay. Well, while we're out of the committee then, panel, any final questions for the applicant? Okay, hearing none, we'll go back into committee and move to a motion. Unless there are comments, first that anyone would care to make. Mr. Reid, go ahead.
Sure, I'll make a couple comments. I mean, on a personal level, I really understand the difficulty of the tenant and the feelings that go with losing your home. But I do think we're here for the variances, and I think the variances are acceptable. I think this is a main street and it has main street uses, and I think so the FSI for non-res, I think that's a flexible kind of interpretation. And I do think in the back, I mean, because this courtyard patio is buffered by a garage, I think that'll go a long way to attenuating the noise. And I think the architectural design of this this application is very interesting, using the basement. So I think this is a fully supportable application.
Ms. Chan, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd also like to add a couple of comments. In the beginning, of course, I no one like to see a residential dwelling being removed or replaced. But on the other hand, given the design of the restaurant, the second floor, if it's residential, it's not a very good planning idea. I think you sort of right beside a patio and restaurant. So I think maybe commercial use is more appropriate in this case. And it is, I also like to mention that because it's have mixed use, is often a very difficult issue to keep everything and make everybody happy because of the conflict between residentials and commercials and restaurants and retail uses. And it's always, this issue will always come up. And I'm happy to approve, support approval with the planning conditions. Yeah.
Okay, does anybody else wish to make a comment? If not, we can go to a motion, or unless, so we can go to a motion now if anyone wants to go. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Sure, I'm happy to move a motion for approval subject to the 3 planning conditions in their memo.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? It is seconded. Ms. Chen. So moved and seconded to approve, subject to planning. All those in favor, show of hands, please. And that's a unanimous vote. To carry the motion and to so approve the application. Thank you very much. We move on now to number 39. (241) Evelyn Avenue. Here we're looking at copy draft plan of survey, all the other materials, 4 photographs of the subject property. There's an arborist report, a tree inventory, renderings and streetscape diagrams from the agent, 23 February. We have staff reports from engineering and construction, also from urban forestry. There is a 23 signature petition supporting the application. Owners and occupants have signed it on Evelyn Avenue, Annette Street, and Laws Street. And there is opposition from 243 Evelyn, 253 Evelyn, 243 Evelyn once again, 3 days later, and a 2-signature petition in opposition signed by owners and occupants on Evelyn Avenue, received March the 1st. So let's first of all have the agent join us, please.
Hi, David.
Good evening. Yes, good evening, Sir Chair and fellow committee members. David Eagleman, 900 The East Mall, Suite 300, and I'm a planner at Design Plan Services.
Thank you very much. Okay, David, you have 5 minutes to present your proposal, your application to the panel. Go ahead, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair, before I start my presentation, I would just like to note that I was not aware of any report from Urban Forestry, and I'm looking at the city's website right now, and I still don't see any materials from Urban Forestry. So if the committee could just advise me of what that report states, that would be helpful.
Okay, let's stop the clock then on that. And
through you,
we'll
Mr.
ask-
Chair, we're just going to put up the forestry report on the screen after we stop the clock. And then if staff can just scroll down to the second page of the forestry report. Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chair, if they're just recommending
They're just recommending
standard.
conditions. So for part 1, it would be condition number 3, and for part 2 would be condition number 2.
Okay, that is no problem.
Very good. Okay,
Okay.
let's go back to your presentation.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, before getting into the variances, I would like to note that I have reviewed the report from Engineering and Construction Services for this application, in which they indicate they have no objections but recommend 2 conditions. The recommended conditions from engineering are acceptable. Planning staff and transportation staff have not expressed any concerns or objections to the proposal. And as demonstrated by the support petitions, we have consulted with surrounding neighbors and have obtained 23 signatures in support, although 2 signatures have been retracted from that, so it's 21 signatures. Regarding the proposed consent, the proposal, both lots are compliant with the required lot frontage and lot areas of bylaw 569/2013 and are consistent with the existing character of the neighborhood. Out of all the 76 lots on Evelyn Avenue between St. John's Road and Annette Street, approximately 48.7% of the lots have a lot area that is at or less than what is being proposed, and approximately 38.5% of the lots have a lot frontage that is at or less than what is being proposed. Similar lots in terms of frontage and area form part of the character of this neighborhood, and the proposed new lots will respect and reinforce that existing character. The proposal includes 1 new detached dwelling on each of the 2 new lots. I will deal with the variances for both Part 1 and Part 2 together, considering both new dwellings require the exact same variances. Variance number 1 and number 6 both pertain to the proposed height. Both variances are effectively the same, but one is required under bylaw 569/2013 and one is required under the former bylaw 438/86. In respect to the height variance, I would like to bring the committee's attention to the submitted streetscape drawing.
Can we just hang on for a moment while we put that up, so that the streets, that's the one.
Yep.
Let's just leave that up. Yep.
So as demonstrated by the streetscape drawing, the proposed height of 10.49 meters will result in a dwelling that is very similar in height to both adjacent properties on either side of each new lot. Moreover, the proposed height is only 49 centimeters greater than what is permitted as of right, and a recent OLT decision, which has not come into effect yet, will increase the permitted height of the subject property to 11 meters. As such, if the application were to be submitted after the new height provisions come into effect, the proposal would no longer require a variance for the proposed height. The proposed height is also measured to the peak of the proposed roof, which is a sloped roof design. The sloped roof design makes it even more difficult in this case for an increase in height to be perceived from the street, and the established grade of the subject property is also 25 centimeters lower than the finished grade, and as such, the proposed dwelling will be perceived to be at a height of 10.24 meters from the street. Variance number 2 pertains to the proposed front and rear exterior main walls. This variance is measured to the eaves of the proposed 3rd floor, which is set back from both the front and the rear main walls. The proposed front main wall height measured to the top of the parapet is actually 7.95 meters, which is only 45 centimeters greater than what is permitted as of right. And the proposed rear main wall height is measured to the top of the parapet is even lower at 7.54 meters, which is only 4 centimeters greater than what is permitted. Moreover, the recent OLT decision will also have an effect on the exterior main wall height requirements, and the proposed main wall height will be permitted as of right once those new provisions come into effect once again. Also, because of the grading difference relative to the finished grade and the difference of 25 centimeters, the front and rear exterior main wall height will be perceived to be at a height of 7.85 meters. And that is, once again, it is set back from both the front and the rear main walls. Variance number 3 pertains to the proposed building depth. The proposed building depth of 19.3 meters is only for the 1st and 2nd floors, whereas the 3rd floor is at a depth of approximately 16.38 meters, which is compliant with the maximum lot depth permission. I would like to bring the committee's attention now to photo number 3 and number 4 of the submitted site photos. I believe it would be E1. Yes, so photo number 3 and number 4, both photos are facing north from the subject property. Photo number 3 was taken closer to the rear wall of the existing dwelling, and photo number 4 was taken further into the rear yard of the subject property. As you can see, it is a common condition for dwellings within this neighborhood to extend deep into the lot, which creates a condition of varying rear main walls, where one can perceive the rear wall of another dwelling from the subject property that is 5 or 6 houses away. Additionally, the proposal is compliant with all front and rear landscaping requirements, as well as the required rear yard setback, which demonstrates that the proposal will meet the intent of the maximum depth permission by providing landscape open space for stormwater infiltration and amenity areas in a manner that is already contemplated by the bylaw. Variance number 4 pertains to the proposed FSI. The additional massing proposed will be distributed over 3 floors, and the resulting dwelling will be in keeping with the existing character of the neighborhood. Dwellings on Evelyn Avenue largely consist of 3 stories with sloped roof designs, and the proposal will be consistent with that existing character, considering both new detached dwellings will be 3 stories with a sloped roof design. Moreover, the proposed 3rd floor will be set back from both the front and rear main walls, which further contributes to mitigating any potential impacts
I'll
of
ask
an
for your
increase
final comment
in
now, please.
FSI.
Your final comment
Yes,
now,
so
please.
through you, Mr. Chair, based on the provided justification, I'm of the opinion that this proposal fits in with both the existing and planned context for the neighborhood, is consistent with redevelopment trends along Evelyn Avenue and the broader neighborhood context. And for these reasons, I believe this application represents good planning and meets the tests under Section 5124 of the Planning Act, as well as the 4 tests under Section 45(1) of the Planning Act. I'll be happy
Thank
to
you.
answer any questions.
Thank you. Okay, let's go to those standing by to speak in opposition.
Hi, Kathleen. I'm about to unmute you. So if there's any background noise or video, you may need to turn those off.
Should I get me? Hello?
Hello there.
Hi. I actually just wanted the opportunity to comment, but I don't need to. I'm good. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Sorry, can you just state your first and last name?
It's Kathleen Daly.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our
Next.
Our next speaker is Adam Groh. You've been unmuted.
Hi, my name's Adam Groh. I live on Evelyn Avenue, a few houses up and across the street for the past 17 years.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes if you want to address your comments to the panel. Go ahead.
Yes, thanks to the panel and committee for giving us an opportunity to ask with interest about this plan, this file. I'm curious to know, with regards to concerns about affordability and density in Toronto, before a file like this comes to this committee for approval, what kind of opportunities were explored aggressively by the developer and by the city zoning to even be more aggressive about the density and the rental opportunities of the property, considering it's a very unique lot, not necessarily to the Junction neighborhood where we live. I'm optimistic that at the very minimum there are 2 single-family dwellings going up. But when we're being told by the city, as a result of reports like the Ontario Housing Affordability Task Force and other reports, that we're really looking to increase density, especially in areas with school capacity that can benefit families and children, whether or not there were aggressive opportunities to look at this lot in a different capacity as either a sixplex or especially considering once the developer was speaking with regards to the eventual provisions that would allow, I'm assuming because of this task force, an even higher dwelling in this particular type of neighborhood.
Okay, I think your question, I think you're addressing part of it to the applicant, and we'll let the applicant deal with it. But in terms of the committee's involvement here, the Committee of Adjustment has a specific mandate, which we laid out at the beginning of the hearing. The committee is here tonight to look at the severance request and the associated minor variance requests specifically. And then that's what we do. There's three things we do. We look at minor variance requests, lawful non-conforming use changes, and requests to sever. So that's all that the committee is able to look at and decide upon this evening. But your other part of the question, when we come back to the applicant, we'll see what he has to say with respect to what
Well,
steps.
very, very quickly on that, thanks for that. And I know that you've been in committee since 2. I've joined you at 4, so I've been here for a while, and I missed the mandate discussion at the very beginning. But as a resident and just a citizen, taxpaying citizen in Toronto, this is obviously the first opportunity. I don't know how much further upstream we get access to this kind of information. And so maybe that's an answer that the committee can kind of direct people like me in terms of whether, I know you don't answer those particular questions, and I am curious to know what the developer has to say about it. But in terms of getting information like that further upstream before it comes to a committee like this would be beneficial.
Thank you. Okay then. Next speaker, please.
Hi, Maria, I have unmuted you.
Okay, do you hear me?
We do hear you, Maria. Please state your name.
Okay, thank you. Good evening. We are Maria Ma and David Ma, owners of 243 Evelyn Avenue, which abuts the north property line of 241 Evelyn Avenue.
Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns about how this will impact you to the panel.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Could you please show the letter of objection petition from the supplementary package? Thank you. We would first like to address the 4 letters of support that can be found online in the supporting documentation folder for 241 Evelyn Avenue.
Just hang on for a moment while we pull up the letter. This is the letter that you submitted?
Yes, that's the one. Yes, thank you. These letters are a petition in support of the development signed by neighbors. The posted online petitions have the following introductory statement. Quote, I, the undersigned, have reviewed the plans and variances related to severing the lot and constructing a new 3-story detached dwelling with an attached integral garage on the severed and retained lot at 241 Evelyn Avenue, and I have discussed them with the applicant. I have no objection to the proposal and support the application for minor variances, end quote. I ended up speaking with 2 of the people who signed this petition, one at the beginning of the street and one at the end of the street. And to my surprise, found out that both neighbors were only shown the front elevation of the house by the applicant, which after reading the introductory statement was a complete shock to them. They were not shown plans. They were not told about any of the 6 minor variances applied for, and they said to me that this posted online petition was very misleading. When they signed, all they had agreed to was the front elevation of the house, as that was all the applicant presented to them. Had they been made aware of the 6 variances and shown the actual plans, they would not have signed support for this development. In fact, here is the letter they signed, now objecting to the development. It makes me wonder, if I had had the time to canvass the entire neighborhood, would the 23 of those who signed withdraw their support as well once shown the plans and proposed variances? Could you please show page 2 of the letter of objection from the supporting documentation folder? Thank you.
Just hang on for a moment while we get that up.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, page 2, please. Yeah. Yeah, thank you. While we also like the look of the front elevation, we strongly object to the variances being requested by the applicant to extend and enlarge the structure beyond what is legally permitted. Specifically, the 9.5 feet increase in depth, the 1.6 feet increase in height, and the extra 937 square feet to the floor space index. It is my understanding to approve any application for variances, the Committee of Adjustment must be satisfied that the extension or an enlargement does not adversely affect the surrounding properties. We would argue that the requested variances do adversely affect the surrounding properties. Could you please go to page 3? Thank you. On this superimposed site map, the proposed number 3 and 4 variances are shown by the diagonal lined areas circled in red, labeled 2-story. As you can see, the proposed extension encroaches quite a lot when compared to where the surrounding properties line up. And given that the requested variance will be 2 stories high, the large structure in its entirety will end up blocking all southern exposure sunlight to 1/3 the depth of
I shall
our
ask you
backyard.
to make your final comments now, please.
Okay, and the further image, the natural light coming into all east-facing, south-facing windows. The top right photo of the current 241 Evelyn Avenue 1-story garage, casting a shadow across the width of the yard, is a good reference to understanding the extent of a shadow that a 2- and 3-story building will cast. Sadly, many of the small trees, bushes, and plants in our backyard that provide habitat for visiting birds will not survive under this resulting deep shade condition. Could you please go to page 4? Thank you.
I'm afraid that your time is now up. Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions for this speaker? No. Okay. Let's go on now to the next speaker, please.
So I've unmuted a speaker. Is this John Taylor?
Oh, it's Barb Taylor, actually. Can you hear me?
We do hear you, Bob. You're loud. You're loud. So, but we hear you clearly. Please stay.
So I'm told. I'll speak less loudly.
No, I think your no, I didn't mean that. I think your volume is a bit high.
Oh, okay.
But
well, my voice is also very loud.
You are loud and clear. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes.
My comments are as follows. So just as a point of curiosity, the applicant suggested, and Maria, the neighbor, also suggested that there were 23 letters of support from neighbors for the proposed structure. I live at 245 Evelyn Avenue, which is 2 houses to the north of the proposed structure, and I was not approached. I didn't see any plans, et cetera, et cetera. So I just find it very curious that letters of support were obtained from neighbors, people on the street, though perhaps not the ones who are potentially going to be most affected by this new structure. I would further suggest that receiving a letter of support from someone on Annette Street doesn't seem relevant to me. I mean, that individual is not impacted by this proposed structure in any way, shape, or form. Likely, they won't even be able to see it from where they live. So that is one comment. The second comment that the question about looking at the rear building lines, it appears as though the buildings extend quite deeply into the lots. And I would suggest that's because this portion of Evelyn Avenue is on the curve. So all of our houses, both in the front and in the back, for, you know, a number of houses, 5 or 6 or 7 houses along the curve, are all stepped from each other. The fronts are stepped and the backs are stepped. So I don't think that it is accurate to suggest that some houses are deeper than other houses. That's what it appears when you just look across the back lot line.
Just hang on a
But the
second. Let's
houses
put
are-
up that. Could you put up the location map, please?
Yeah.
This shows us.
So
the
we're
cur-
right in the curve. So you can see that the houses that the applicant is suggesting at 245, 247, 249, 253 all appear as though each house is deeper than the next, when in fact, it's on a curve. So the house sizes are approximately the same, but because of the bend, you know, there is the suggestion that some are bigger than others. So I guess what my main objection is, as Maria, my neighbor who just spoke, is that if the house is extended or the variance is permitted beyond what is allowed for the rear wall, it does further encroach on all of the sunlight that we get through most of the day. And I have no objection to a new building being there. I wouldn't say that I would object to the structure being built to the maximum permitted depth, but strongly object to the additional 7.5 feet that they are looking for the variance to build the house, you know, that much deeper into the lot. And again, for us, because of zoning, et cetera, we have exactly one window on our south wall. And cannot add any more windows for light to come in on the south side of our house, and the light into that window will effectively be blocked completely by this proposed new structure. Those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Panel members, any questions here? Thank you. Okay, very good. Moving on to the next, and I think final speaker?
Yep. So, Rhea, I have unmuted you. Hi, Rhea, can you hear us? I've unmuted you. You may need to unmute on your end or speak closer to the mic. Okay, so through you, Mr. Chair, I'm going to try to give the speaker a call on their phone device.
Take a moment, we will stand by while you do that. So we're just going to try to make contact here with a registered speaker. Sometimes it's just a mix-up.
Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Please state your name.
My name is Ryday Chuck, and I'm actually the neighbor right next door to the 241. I'm at 239.
Very good.
I've listened to all the comments so far, and I agree. Nobody contacted me to see whether I approved or not. And I agree that the length of the house does make a difference. Pushing in two homes like that also has, I think you're losing the integrity of the whole street, this neighborhood. It's just turning into, I don't know, just a little bit too modern, you know, the way it is. It's a nice street, but sort of crowding everything in like this, I just don't feel it's right. That's pretty well all my comments.
Rita, let me ask you this. How do you know the length of your house in meters or in feet?
No. But when I look at the plans, I can see that I'm just a little bit longer. So they're extending it even beyond me. So they will be removing the garage, which to me, I'm also afraid I have oak trees there. And my neighbor on the other side, who also at one point added an addition to his garage and basically killed my oak tree on that side, and we had to remove it. So I'm sort of worried about my oak trees on that side now. Once that the digging starts and everything else, getting rid of that garage. But that's neither here or there. You know, I just feel it is the integrity of the street. The homes are getting so modern that they just don't blend in. And I know this home next door is, I think, the same owner who just built 2 doors away from us, a new home there, which is so modern, it just sticks out. That's basically my comments.
Thank you. Okay,
Thank
panel
you.
members, any questions here for, this site plan, I think, shows this well, okay. And Rita, on this, I'll ask you a question. On this, can you zoom in a little bit so we can see the numbers, the house numbers? So Rita, are you south or you're where you are is
I'm
beside
south of
239?
him.
You're
I'm right
south.
next door.
Okay, let's
I'm
just,
next door to him.
let's zoom in here. I think because your house shows here on this picture, and that's your house at the bottom of the picture, right? So this shows us how long this new proposal will extend beyond your house.
Yes, yes, exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
You can see how many feet. Like, it's ridiculous in a way.
Well, you realize that by right they can go to 17 meters, so that's going to be longer than your house in any case. I hope you realize that.
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I mean, I'm just stating my point. You know, I'm not in agreement with it, but I know it's not up to me.
We value your
And like I said, nobody
no,
did come around to ask.
I understand that too. Okay. Does anyone else have questions for the next door neighbor? Glad you called. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
Bye.
Okay, so I think that does take us through the speakers in opposition. Let's go back now to the applicant, and we'll ask the applicant to respond to these concerns in rebuttal.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I will go in order from the speakers. So firstly, Mr. Adam Groh, I'm pleased he would like to see more density on this site. However, we wanted to ensure that we are compatible with the character of the neighborhood, which is mostly a detached dwelling neighborhood. There is an apartment building on the street in close proximity to the subject property, just across the street and to the north a little bit. However, we wanted to make sure that this was in keeping and sensitive to the neighborhood. So we did not explore any further density. And I don't think Mr. Adam Groh really has any concerns with the proposal itself. So moving on to Mrs. Maria from 243 Evelyn Avenue. In regards to the letters of support, it was actually the homeowner who canvassed the Sorry, I think I froze there.
Yeah, we lost you. Yeah.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, it was actually the owner who canvassed the neighborhood and tried to speak to the neighbors to obtain support. I did advise him to do this, and I provided him with the plans, the variances, and the other materials that we had to show to the neighbors. And I believe he did that. And regardless, if the plans were not shown, that information is available publicly, and the neighbors get notified of this application 3 or 4 weeks in advance of the hearing itself. So I fail to see how we misled anyone in that that no variances were required or they were not in those signatures in support. Most of them are on Evelyn Avenue or Laws Street, which is the street directly to the east and behind the subject property. So there may be one support signature on Annette Street, and I tend to agree that the further away from the subject property the support is, the less relevant it is, but most of our signatures are on Evelyn Avenue or Laws Street. I would also like to just point out in regards to Maria's letter, the superimposed drawing, I don't believe we can rely on that drawing because I don't know how that was prepared or how it would reflect the actual proposal. And in regards to the concerns about the depth variance is a direct result of the two-story portion at the rear. And as you mentioned, Mr. Chair, you can see on the plans that from the front main wall, which is located at the required front yard setback, to the two-story portion at the rear, it is 16.38 meters. So an as of right dwelling on the subject property can block these windows on the south side of 243 and 245 as of right. So while it is understandable, it is something that is contemplated by the bylaw, and their houses just do not extend to the permitted as of right permissions. So we can extend past that, and the impacts of sunlight are not contemplated for this. I think I froze there again. So the impacts of sunlight and shadowing are not contemplated for this scale of development. These are single detached dwellings. A sun or shadow study was not required as part of this proposal. And as I mentioned in my presentation, the height variance is for 49 centimeters, but is effectively for 24 centimeters because of the difference between established grade and the finished grade. So the impact of the...
I'll ask you to make your final comment now, please.
Yeah, so through you, Mr. Chair, I mean, that's really it.
Thank you. Okay. Panel members, questions for the agent? I'm not hearing any. So hearing none, we can take the application at this point into committee for a motion, or unless there are comments anyone wishes to make first, but we can go to a motion if anyone's ready, or comments. Mr. Salomon, go ahead, please.
Just some comments. I do believe that the severance is appropriate. The proposed lot sizes fit with the character of lots in the larger area. I do believe the variances are minor in nature. I think that if this was to be approved, that a condition should be added to tie it to the site plan and elevation drawings, which would ensure that the three-story portion of the building is not included in that building extended building depth variance.
Thank you. Do you care to make a motion to that effect? Or, Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just to say that I concur with Mrs. Harman.
Do you care to make a motion, Mr. Salomon?
Sure. I would move approval of the severance and the variances and subject to conditions of first tying it to the site plan and elevation drawings, engineering services, standard conditions of consent, urban forest. Sorry?
Forestry too.
Yes, urban forestry, condition number 2 for number 39C, and urban forestry condition number 3 for number 39B. And have I missed any other conditions? Okay.
You're good.
There you go. I think you've got it. I'm just hearing from the Deputy Secretary Treasurer that there is a community planning report. So let's just check that and see if there is. Is there one, Madam Deputy Secretary Treasurer, or do you think so? I'm not seeing it in the list of, let's see here. I'm showing, in terms of reports, we have engineering and construction, and we have urban forestry. So I think the motion can stand as it has been stated. It is in need of a second. Is there a second for that motion? There is, Mr. Byatt. So moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, please show hands. And that is a unanimous vote to carry the motion and to so approve the severance and the 2 associated minor variance applications. Thank you very much. And that moves the panel to item number 40, 71 and 73 Craven Road. Here we're looking at copy draft plan of survey, cover letter from the agent from September. We have commenting reports from community planning and also from engineering and construction. And we'll ask now for the agent to join us, please. Just state your name.
My name is Andrew Dales, 140 South Liberty Street in Toronto. I'm the planning consultant for the owner.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, do we have any questions for Mr. Dales? We do not. In that case, Mr. Dales, is there any one thing the panel should know about your application?
No, it's a relatively, it's a technical matter, a relatively straightforward application. Unusual application. I heard Mr. Reed say something about Craven being an unusual street. So this is an unusual application on an unusual street, but it's pretty a technical issue.
We don't want to give Craven Road a bad name, but
right. Sorry.
There you go. There you go. Anyway, let's in that case then, if there's nothing in particular that needs to be said, we can take the application into committee for a motion. And I'll look to Mr. Byatt. Thank you. Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to move forward with a motion to approve. I think this is a fairly straightforward request for severance. Planning has no concerns. Engineering has a condition requesting owners satisfy, I think it's with regard to a revised draft reference plan of survey and the 2 subpoints there. So that's the only condition attached to this that I can see.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? It does, Mr. Reed. Moved and seconded to approve. Those in favor, show of hands, please. Motion carried, unanimous vote. And the application is so approved.
Thanks very much. Good evening.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And we move on to number 41. Number 41 is 300 Bloor Street West and 478 Huron Street. And we shall bring the agent into the discussion now, please, by stating your name.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. It's Sidonia Tomasella of Airden Burles.
Good afternoon, good evening to you. Very good. Okay. We don't have any registered speakers in opposition. So, panel members, are there any questions you want to put to the agent here? Ms. Tomasella, is there anything in particular you want us to know about the application?
No, sir. I think this is largely a very technical application that essentially is implementing what the severance of the parcel of land in accordance with the site-specific zoning bylaw that was approved now just over a year ago.
Thank you. Okay. Let's take the application in that case into committee for a motion. Mr. Reed, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair.
Just a moment, Mr. Reed, hang on a sec. Sorry.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. It looks like we do have one speaker in support. I believe they may have wanted to speak. Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to backtrack. Apparently there is a speaker. And if I missed that, in support, and the speaker wishes to speak. Pardon me. Okay, we do have a speaker in support who wishes to speak and has probably been waiting for a long time. Let's have that speaker join us.
Hi,
Good
David.
evening, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. Actually, I don't need to speak. I think this matter is clear. I was really here to answer any questions that might have arisen, so I'll leave it at that and not take up any more time.
Thank you indeed. Okay. Thank you for that, moderator. At least we know now what the intention was there. That's good. We are back then able to move into committee for a motion on this application. And Mr. Reed, I think you were.
I'm happy to a motion. Sorry.
I forgot. Now, did you say you wanted to? You were ready for a motion? Yes.
Ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Now we're back where we were.
Thanks. Yeah, I think that it's complicated. There's a lot of writing on this application, but I think it's just technical, and they're adjusting easements as the proposal has kind of solidified. And these are technical matters that have no impact on neighboring properties. And so I think these are minor requests. And I move to approve subject to the development engineering conditions.
Thank you. Does that motion have a second? Mr. Byatt seconds. So moved and seconded to approve. Show of hands, please, those in favor. That vote is unanimous to carry the motion, and the application is thereby approved. Thank you. Okay, we come now to the last item on today's agenda. It is item number 42 and involves 200 Quebec Avenue. And we shall begin by bringing the agent into the committee, please.
Hello, my name is Jacob Kachuba.
Hello, good evening to you, Jacob. Okay, Jacob, you have 5 minutes to present the thrust of your application to the panel. Go ahead now, please.
Okay, good evening. I work with Tignum Design and Engineering, and I'm the applicant for 200 Quebec and representing the owners. I appreciate that it's late in the day and even longer for you, so I do appreciate your time in hearing the application. So I'll try and make my presentation as concise as possible. The project before you requires 2 minor variances. The first minor variance being sought is to legalize the existing basement secondary suite and to create a new secondary suite on the 2nd floor. This will allow the family to generate income while also providing additional housing within the High Park neighborhood. The second minor variance being sought is for the relief of the size of the existing 3rd parking spot in front of the garage. As you are aware, this application was deferred from February 17th, 2021. And this was due to a last-minute change before the hearing in order to comply with the planning department's requests. And this is what caused the deferral. Since then, the owners have had numerous discussions with their neighbors, and Tignum has worked with the owners and have had numerous discussions with the City of Toronto, both planning and zoning. And the new design is a result of this consultation process. The owners wanted to stress that they have made significant concessions and have given up on the idea of any exterior work and for the idea of enclosing their front porch, which would have allowed the family to enjoy greater space for keeping their jackets, shoes, and toys for their children. As a result of the consultations as well with the neighborhood, the current design only focuses on the interior and does not include any modifications to the exterior of the house. Thus, it reduces the number of minor variances being sought from 4 to 2 from the last hearing date. The current rationale for the design is quite simply fairness and consistency. As noted in my report, the previous owners of 200 Quebec were approved for a 4-unit building in 2014. The adjacent neighbor, the one that creates the semi-detached dwelling at 198 Quebec Avenue, was also approved for a 4-unit building in 2013. Therefore, the owners are simply looking for consistency and hope to be approved again for a 4-unit dwelling. With regards to the parking variance, we are seeking to keep the existing spot in front of the garage. This parking space was only recently identified by zoning. And even though 2 building permits were issued with the parking spot noted on the drawings going back as far as 2014, and even at our last committee hearing date, the spot was identified but not flagged by the zoning department. So that being said, my clients are looking to hope to keep this parking spot as noted. And they also wanted to make sure that it was aware that many committee hearings have also allowed for 0 parking spaces within the neighborhood. And this has caused significant demand for on-street parking. And so that's why it was important to the client to maintain this 3rd parking spot, even though it has a slight reduction in size than what the current bylaws allow. Lastly, I want to make a note that 200 Quebec Avenue is a unique property. The reason why it's unique is because it's bound by 2 streets at each end of the property. To the west is Pinecrest and to the east is Quebec. The property does not enjoy the conventional idea of a backyard. The reason why I bring this up is because in reading some of the opposition letters, especially those on Pinecrest, they fail to make note of this fact. They make references to the garage, the parking situation, landscaping, and I just wanted to make sure that the committee was aware of this unique characteristic of 200 Quebec Avenue. With that, I conclude my presentation. I look forward to answering any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Okay. We're going to hold those questions until we've heard from the speakers. And at this point, I do want to add something to the discussion of the application, which I omitted at the beginning. And that is to read into the record the materials that the committee actually has before it and the types of the detailed support and opposition correspondence that we have received. Before the committee on this application are a copy of the minutes from the February 17 public hearing, copy plan of survey, covering letter from the agent, February 22, and a cover letter from Anastasia Wauk and Ostap Prokipchuk, applicants, 2020, Feb 24 received. There is support correspondence from 312 Quebec, Unit 4, 48 Pinecrest Road, 227 Quebec, 75 Pinecrest, 36 Bousted Avenue, 105 Pinchcrest Road, 34 Abbott Avenue, 36 Glen Lake, 105 Pinecrest, 196 Quebec, 166 Quebec, 255 High Park, and Unit 4 at 198 Quebec. In opposition, there's correspondence from 84 Pinecrest, 93 Pinecrest, 96 Pinecrest, another from 93 Pinecrest, one from 68 Pinecrest, and another from 93 Pinecrest. This is a second letter from Diane Klitsch. There is a 5-signature petition in opposition, signed by the owners or occupants of properties on Pinecrest, received on February the 22nd and 3rd. So those are the materials before the panel on this application. Okay, there are a number of registered speakers wishing to speak on the application, so we'll begin now to hear from them. Moderator?
Diane Kilch, you're unmuted to speak.
Great, thank you. Can you hear me?
We do hear you. Please state your name.
Great, my name is Diane. I live at 93 Pinecrest Road. If you can kindly pull up my letter as well as the comparison document as well, that would be great. Thank you.
Excuse me, I'm sorry. I missed your name. Would you mind repeating it, please?
Sure, it's Diane Click.
Diane, okay. Very good. Diane, you have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel. Please go ahead.
Great. With regards to variance 1 as it pertains to the 4 tests, Test one, I guess, is the variance minor. The secondary suites are approaching 72%, almost 30% over the bylaw, and doubling the units from 2 to 4 units, neither of which I would consider to be minor. Test number 2 are the intent of the bylaws maintained. If this was the only variance for the property, then that would be one thing. However, it follows a list of about 7 known overages permitted on this property. In my letter in figure 1, the overages are shown, and you can see that FSI, GFA, rear yard setbacks are all over 80%. This building is completely overbuilt for the property size and the setbacks. In addition, the rear yard landscaping is almost non-existent without variance approval, yet another bylaw that's been ignored and not enforced. Lastly, the previous Committee of Adjustment decision from 2014 seems to be irrelevant in this case because the application is only good until the bylaws change, and the bylaws specifically for the interior floor area of the secondary suite was amended in 2019. Its approval was also prior to 2018, where the apartment neighborhood intensification plans went into place, and the Ontario Building Code states that if construction is discontinued after a year, it can be considered expired. So allowing a past decision to carry weight into 2022, 8 years later, undermines the current bylaws pertaining to time limits. So no, I would say that given the numerous large overages for this building that exists, the intent of the bylaws is long gone from being maintained for this property, and adding another variance simply makes it worse. Test 3, is the change appropriate for the development for the land? The through-lot nature of this property is continually overlooked in these approvals. Please go to my corresponding document on the analysis. So for 200 Quebec, it sits on a pie-shaped area of the street where the lot size is decreased, resulting in a large building on smaller properties, undermining several setback limits. The 9 comparison properties are on larger lots. Some of them are 2 to 3 times the lot sizes and back onto 10,000 square foot properties. These were converted years ago, if not decades ago, under different city plans and bylaws, and only 4-unit dwellings. The only 4-unit dwelling on the west side of Quebec Avenue is 198, which was also approved almost a decade ago and sits on a larger property with larger buildings. That was in the subsequent document that I had sent through on February 24th. So I would say to this point, the change is not an appropriate development for the size of the lot, given the size of the building and that it's a through lot location to the street. Test number 4, is the official plan maintained? If you can kindly now, sorry, we're flipping back and forth, but if you can kindly go back to my previous one, my page 3. In 2018, High Park Neighborhood Intensification Plan pertains to the adjacent apartment neighborhood, which is north of Glen Lake, adding 7 high-rise buildings, doubling the intensity of the neighborhood with a large supply of 1-bedroom units. The plan also states a goal to minimize the impact on adjacent neighborhoods. So while increasing units may support one portion of the city plan, it ignores the part that sets out to minimize the impact on adjacent neighborhoods. The plan also talks about offering all types of sizes and units available given the access to schools and parks for the family. The proposed change ignores the dire need for approving affordable housing for families by removing the family unit of this property, which we know such units are becoming rare as a result of these types of conversions. So no, given the context of the specific neighborhood, the change would not maintain several aspects of the official plan. Lastly, with regards to parking variance, it's a bit of a moot point since none of the parking bylaws are followed or enforced by this property owner, as outlined in my letter. The garage should, however, be used for parking as it is indicated in the plans, and it has never been used for parking. There are about 8 objection letters from long-standing residents who share this view. Within the legal framework, my understanding is that if the provisions fail even one of the above tests, the board must refuse to authorize it. The Committee of Adjustment process should not be used for unlimited approvals, and allowing the slippery slope to continue sends a strong message that the bylaws simply do not matter. I respectfully ask the Committee of Adjustment recognize that numerous major variances have been granted several times over to this property.
I'll ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Request that the current construct within the current confines of the law. I would also ask that the Committee of Adjustment answer to these 4 tests, because it would help inform our decision on the proceedings to any sort of local planning appeal tribunal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Panel members, do you have any questions for this speaker? Okay. Moderator, let's move to the next speaker, please.
Hi, Fred. You've been unmuted.
Hi, did you say, was it Fed?
Yeah. This is Fred
Oh.
Sanchez, right?
Federico Sanchez, yeah.
Yeah.
That's close. A lot of people get that wrong. So yeah, my concern has to do with the intent of the property owner.
Just a moment, please. Is this Mr. Sanchez?
Yes, that's me. Yeah, Federico Sanchez. Yeah.
Very good. Okay. Thank you very much. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address your concerns to the panel.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my concerns have to do with the intent of the owners on what they're planning on doing with the property. With the original application from last year, we had significant concerns, and yes, he did go house to house to talk to people, but it was hardly a discussion. It was more trying to get approval for what he wanted to do. He mentioned a bunch of things to me, none of which were ended up being true. I outlined it in my letter. Has to do with the purpose of the deck for the kids, which I have not seen any playing on there. Wanting to build a pergola, which he seemed to believe that he had permission to do so already, and told me it was a moot point and he was not going to do it because of his listening to the community, when in fact he did not have permission to do it. He said that he was going to stop, that he didn't have a business running out of his house, but he does have a business running out of his house, and I don't know whatever happened to the investigation about that. But I know that when we talked to the city councilor, that the councilor was going to look into that. I'm not sure what happened to that, but they said apparently that operating a business out of your house without license, and even in that case, you couldn't get a license for what the kind of business he runs out of it, has very significant fines and punishments for that. So I'm not sure what has happened there, but the fact is that his garage is his business, and it is fully stacked with all of the implements that are required for his business, and his vans that are both parked on there most of the time are for his business, and other trucks and vans come by the property on a regular basis, running through the neighborhood for the business. So as far as I'm concerned, he is running a business out of that house, out of that garage that was built with the intent that he said was to be able to park his vehicles in there, which if you just look at it, it's impossible to park anything in there, like a bicycle even, because it's completely jam-packed with implements for his business. Also, he's not supposed to park the vans on his property because of the business vehicle. He said to the Committee of Adjustment last year that he would not do that, that he had found a place to park them, but he has failed to do so. So yet again, another thing that he said that was not matched by action. The other question has to do with green space, and there is really none on Pinecrest at all. In the front, there is some, but he wanted to decrease that as far as I was aware, but was not a significant concern of mine. So I wasn't sure exactly following that. But from what I can see, you can't really believe what he says, because none of what he told us he's actually done. No rectification of our concerns, and some of the things that he said were just falsehoods. So my concern is what will happen with the property if he was allowed to have the 4 units. I think he would turn into an absentee landlord, and that is not something that we need in our community again. We have one down the street, which causes some problems, and 198, the next door, is, I believe, as well, a absentee landlord. Yes, they were approved for 4 units, but they actually stuffed 5 units in there. During election time, we mentioned that to the candidates that were running, and I believe that they did something to try to reverse that. But they did actually have illegally 5 units in that. So if he's going to try to do what his neighbor has done, feeling that just because his neighbor did it, that he's justified. He may end up trying to stuff 5 people into that apartment or into that house as well. My point is that
I shall ask you to make
Diane
your.
mentioned.
I shall ask you to make your final comments now, please.
Yeah, he did mention also that you know, he forgave the idea of increasing living space because of the family, but having 4 units in there, I don't think he'll be staying there anyway. So I want to avoid having an absentee landlord of 4 units place that doesn't have enough parking for it. And I really just don't believe the honesty of the person who has told us so many things and did not follow through with any of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Panel questions? No, hearing none. We'll move on to, is there a third speaker?
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, there is. So Virginia, I have unmuted you.
Hello.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
We do hear you.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you. State
Can you
your
hear
name.
me? Oh, great. Thank you. My name is Virginia Hung. I live at 96 Pinecrest Road, and I live directly across the road from the building in question. Now, one thing, he never consulted with me what my needs are. Another thing that I like to point out now is that all the letters of support that I heard the addresses are all from houses far away that will not be affected by the development. But all the letters of objections are from us who are negatively impacted. Now, come to my point of my objections. The variances requested are not minor. The new proposed changes is way over what's permitted. This should not be allowed since the property is already overbuilt. The proposed changes is detrimental to the local community. Since the property changed from a single-family dwelling, the neighbors have experienced increased noise, pollution, vehicular traffic, loss of green space, and privacy. And along with the problems created by the 4-unit conversion of 198 Quebec, if 200 Quebec is changed to a legal 4-unit building, I can't imagine how much more disruptive it would be. I'm not going to repeat the point about what Diane said about the garage. This development is undesirable, inappropriate for the property because the size of the lot is tiny. It's an undesirable in a neighborhood where the majority of the houses are family homes. This is physically stable, low-density residential neighborhood. Having a building change hands 3 times in 8 years has a very strong destabilizing effect. After several applications for variances through many years by different owners concerning the same property result in major deviation from what is permitted by the zoning bylaw, making its original intent to protect the neighborhood totally ineffective. Is really further development and deviation from the existing bylaw absolutely necessary, especially given that all the overages that's been covered, that's been granted? I can't see that further development of the said property has any benefit to this neighborhood. This is a multi-generation community, stable, safe family environment, which is becoming very rare in the city. Please help us preserve this kind of neighborhood. To close, if further variances are granted to this property, despite the concerns and objections raised by the neighbors through the years, sends a strong message that really the bylaw doesn't count. So I ask, please, the community to recognize the totality of the overages that this property has been generously granted several times over. Now it's time to draw the line and request that the owner build within the limits of the current bylaw. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, panel, any questions for this speaker? No. Hearing none. We'll go back now to the agent. I believe that, Mario, that's all the speakers? Thank you. We'll go back to the agent now and offer the agent a chance to respond to these questions in rebuttal.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we do.
Very good. I wanted to start with the fact that we did speak with the plans examiner, and the way it was explained to us and how the first variance is constructed is that we're not allowed to seek a fourplex currently under the current bylaws. However, the way it's worded is that we're allowed to apply for up to a 4-unit building and having 3 secondary suites. So the way we understand the current bylaws is that we're allowed to have as many secondary suites as possible. And the reason why we're not allowed to be considered a fourplex is because we are a semi-detached building. At least that's how Roberto explained it to us, and that's how we applied for this minor variance. And so, again, in my report, I also note that there have been other instances. So we did a review of all previous committee of adjustments within 500 meters of the subject property. And we've noted at least 5 within the last couple of years, within the last 5 years, that have been allowed to have a 4-unit dwelling or more. And so I just wanted to make sure that you're aware that this is why the first variance is worded the way it is. Now, in listening to those who object, both in writing and those who attended today, I've never been part of a hearing where there's been so many people in both support and objection. And I do want to take, the fact that I'm just the agent, and I do recognize that there are many grievances and, that have been raised here. But I feel that, other things that have come to light that the owner has told me is that, when he did the Freedom of Information Act, there have been numerous bylaw investigations against the property, and none of them have concluded that there has been any wrongdoing. And that was part of the owner submission that was provided to the committee. And there was also comments regarding the garage and the trees and the parking. Again, those are all that have been listed within the bylaw complaints, and no infractions have been laid against the current owners for any bylaw infractions. And as I, as that, the 2 adjacent neighbors who probably be impacted the most have written letters of support, and that's 198 and 105 Pinecrest. I just want to reiterate the fact again that, this is a unique property, that's a 3-way property. And I think, that many of the complainants on Pinecrest do observe the garage, and it's a unique situation here. I think had the owner had the opportunity to build a fence, for instance, to create a privacy barrier between those on Pinecrest and himself, he would. But unfortunately, due to the unique aspects of this property and where the boundary lines are, this is what the situation is. And I think I'm going to leave it there.
Thank you very much. Okay. Panel members, if you have any questions to put to the applicant directly, go ahead. Mr. Bayek, go ahead.
I don't have a question, but are we into committee now?
No, we're not. No, we are now.
Okay.
We're just going to see if there are any questions for the agent by panel. I think Mr. Bayek, do you have one?
Yes, please. For the agent, just a couple of questions. In the purpose you talked about, and of course your drawings and plans indicate front porch being enclosed. As a result of enclosing the front porch, that will lead to a 0% soft landscaping. Is that's my understanding?
The current application before you does not have any enclosure of the front porch. That was in relation to the 2021 application. Since then, the owners, in consultation with the city, have removed that aspect to the project. Right now, we're only going for 2 variances for the secondary suites and the parking spot.
Yes, we just said the 2. Yes, yeah. I'm going to ask the agent, just a quick thing. Variance number 1. Unravel that for me, please. What does it, I mean, I understand the bylaw there, but just unravel for me what the interior of the house is like with what you're asking for.
Essentially, it's basically to make every floor its own unit. And in understanding and trying to understand the bylaws, the Roberto basically said that if you wanted to go back and revert back to what was approved in 2014, this is how you have to now rephrase the zoning bylaws, or at least say that you have a primary and 3 secondary suites. Currently, there's 3 suites already. There's the primary, a unit on the 3rd floor, and the unit in the basement. So that's why we tried to create that understanding that we're trying to legalize the basement suite and add a 2nd suite to the 2nd floor.
Does the owner live in the building?
Yes, he does.
He does
yes,
live
they
there.
do as a family.
Okay, and does he occupy the largest suite or not?
Currently, yes, the ground floor and 2nd floor.
Is occupied by the owner. Yeah.
Yeah, and a family member occupies the basement, to my understanding.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any other questions for the agent panel? No. Hearing none, then I think it's time to take this application into committee for a motion or comments if anyone has them. Ms. Chan, go ahead now, please.
I can start. I think that this application gone a long way from the previous application and reduced from 4 variances to 2. And it is an irregular lot on a irregular location. Anything that you do to the outside probably trigger many variances. So they stay away from that, and then that means that they are not proposing any exterior changes. And I think we are facing 2 variants, and I think that they seem to be, to me, it's reasonable to ask for the 2 variances, and I think that it's good to add a secondary suite in terms of housing shortage, and I'm in support of it.
Okay. Anyone else with a comment? Anyone wishing to make a motion? Mr. Salomon, go ahead.
I have concerns with variance number 1. I think it's clear from what the applicant said is what they are seeking is to create this into a 4-plex. So half of the semi-building to become a 4-plex. Essentially, this entire semi-detached building of 2 halves will have a total of 8 or more units in them. There's one on the one side that has apparently 4 units all existing, and now this half of the semi-building. And so essentially, this is no longer a semi-detached building with it really is a multi-unit residential building. And if they want to do that, I think the appropriate mechanism is through a rezoning and not to use the secondary suite regulation as a mechanism to achieve what should be through a rezoning.
I mean, the purpose of this application is to convert the existing 2-unit building into a 4. You've just talked to me about 8 units, so I'm asking you a little more explanation of that, please.
Well, this building is comprised of 2 halves, correct? Isn't this not a semi-detached building? So the 2 halves, 1 half of this building has, as we've been told, 4 units. And now this half of the semi-detached building is requesting to have 4 units.
Now I get you. Okay. Any other comments? Anybody? Mr. Byatt, go ahead.
Just a quick one, Mr. Chair. I must have missed something. There are four variances that I see on the application. Which two were deleted?
Okay, you have 4 on what you're looking at?
Yes, 200 Quebec. Oh, I see. I've got number 20. That's what I'm looking at. I do apologize.
Okay.
Item number 20. That's the problem.
Do not apologize, it's late in the day.
No, through you, Mr. Chair. I believe he's
No,
looking
it
at the
was the
minutes
previous
from February
proposal.
17th, 2021. So the minutes from February 17th, 2021, that's what he's reviewing right now.
I'm sorry.
When the application was deferred. There were 4 variances.
That's
It's in
right,
It's
that's
in the deferred package.
Zaire, it's on page 729 of our package.
Yeah, I was further down the
Yeah.
Yeah, but
scroll.
we just got
Thank
the two variances.
That's right. Thank you.
Okay, then, I think we've heard comments from people. Is anyone ready to come forward with a motion? Mr. Reed, go ahead.
I didn't make a comment before, but I will now. I understand Nimrod's concern with this being seen as a kind of a backdoor way of getting a fourplex, but I think it's more being creative about using the existing framework to get through. The fact that there's no planning objection to this, I think, shows some kind of tacit approval from planning staff side. And I agree with Yim. I think that this is, I think it's a relatively sensitive way to add density into stable neighborhoods. And this is really close to subways and apartment neighborhoods. So I think this is okay. So I would move a motion to approve the application subject to urban forestry condition 1.
Thank you. And that motion is seconded by Ms. Chan. It is therefore moved and seconded to approve, subject to urban forestry. Those in favor, please show hands. Those opposed, show of hands. The motion is carried by a vote of 4 to 1. Let the record show that Mr. Salomon was in dissent. So the motion is carried and the application is therefore approved. And with that, we actually complete today's agenda. And again, to panel, thank you for your focus. Thanks for staying so clearly on the mark right through until the end. It's and for your preparation, which of course makes it possible. To staff, thank you also for your operational support and bringing all this massive detail together for us in a way that we can comprehend. With that, we wrap up the day's agenda. It is 7:28 p.m. Thank you, everyone. Good night.
Good night.
Thank you, panel members. Have a good night.
You too.